to jump straight into it, so please stick around and let's get this party started. Welcome everyone to the WWE Survivor Series 2022 watch along right here on the Tom Colohue channel. We will be watching the show in full, as live as you can get, live and in action. You ask your questions, you make your comments, you do whatever you want on this one, and we'll see what we can do to entertain, shall we? Survivor Series has got 5 matches lined up, 2 championship matches, 2 Wargames matches, and a match for some reason only involving AJ Styles and Finn Balor, when you have the club, Damian Priest and Dominic Mysterio just sort of there. The entire thing seems kind of pointless in that regard, but we are where we are with it. But I just want to say a massive welcome to everyone. We're about 15 minutes away from the pre-show starting, so I'm going to go through my predictions. I'm going to answer some questions. As usual, on the Tom Colohue channels, you may see my name in and around here. We are going to be talking predictions, exclusives, and plenty of news to share. The first piece of news, and I've got to say it, and a lot of people aren't going to like it, but I've got to say, I do not expect that we are going to see Sasha Banks or Naomi in the show tonight. I do not expect to see either of them. After all, Becky Lynch is the final person to join the team for Bianca Belair. We already have a few people saying hi. Spider Boss is most active immediately. Says, what is your favourite Survivor Series? My personal favourite Survivor Series is 1998, The Deadly Game. Though I will say you can expect a Nick and Tom's Intercontinental Adventure on the channel tomorrow, where we discuss our favourites at length and in depth about the evolution of Survivor Series. Also says, I always wonder why the WWE versus Alliance storyline didn't work. Because it wasn't WWE versus the Alliance, it was WWE versus the third, fourth tier of the Alliance. No NWO, no Randy Savage, no Scott Steiner. Nothing. Best they had was Booker T, and even that was a stretch. Thomas Phibbs says, hello Tom. Hello Thomas. How are you? And Spider-Boss says, hi Tom. I wanted more of Mexico today against Argentina. Yeah, but it's not going to happen. Hector says, I'm loving the graphics, Tom. Is that a Dusty Rhodes render faded in the red as well? Yes, it is. You may in fact recognise that particular one. That is our very own site at work as per usual. Traffic says, good evening Tom and chat. Very excited for this pay-per-view. I don't know about you all. I'm quite excited about it, to be honest. We know we're going to get War Games. What's there not to like, you know? Spider-Boss suggests Survivor Series 2005 is their favourite, with Randy Orton as Soleil Survivor was awesome. And Thomas says, I'm good, thanks Tom. Welcome everyone. Now, Sai's gone for the Raw versus SmackDown theme with Survivor Series. That is not going to be the case this year. There is not going to be Raw versus SmackDown. It's just going to be a little bit of good old-fashioned storyline-based war. Storyline-based war. Right now, we do have a poll live on the YouTube side saying which War Games match will be better, the men's or the women's. At the moment, the men's is winning 73% after 11 votes. I do also want to let on a little additional thing. Please click like while I get this one ready. A silly little thing that I've just decided to do that could be a lot of fun. Essentially, what I've decided to do, we've got the panda in play. The panda is in play, and really basic and silly thing, I know, but we are where we are. Really basic and silly thing. I'm just trying to think of inventive ways to do this. What we will do is for every cent donated to the channel today, we will spend an extra second as Panda. That means if, for example, you submit $1, you'll get 100 seconds of hardcore Red Panda action. This time last year I was drinking weird things out of shot glasses. I think this is a better option, just to be clear on that one. Spider-Boss says, do you see Alexa turning on Team Bianca during the women's War Games match? No, I think that's the obvious one that everyone is predicting, so I think they'll go another way if anyone is going to turn. I don't see a turn, I see a match. Hector says, what do you predict we see from Bray tonight, Tom? Just another promo. Just another backstage promo, and maybe LA Knight getting a few punches in this time. Boys is welcome, says this will be my first War Games. It is the first one on the main roster. They do go all out, and I expect there to be more weaponry involved in the women's, whereas on the men's side, I expect a lot of Roman Reigns. No code, I did not see Triple H's William Regal tweet. What did I miss? Traffic says, so glad it's not Raw versus SmackDown. Never liked it. No matter what, you make one brand look weak, kind of counteractive for your own company. This would have been the first time that SmackDown actually won mainly because Roman. And here we are. Thomas suggests my personal favourite Survivor Series is the 2019 one, Raw versus NXT versus SmackDown. That was mentioned in the list of favourites between myself and Nick for the podcast tomorrow. Spiderboss says my predictions, Team Bloodline and Team Bianca will win. Rollins and Ronda retain. You have missed AJ versus Finn Balor. And Sean says hello Tom. Welcome Sean. So predictions for those 5 matches. I have AJ Styles defeating Finn Balor, largely because I see Mia Yim and Rhea Ripley getting involved on the outside, which is strange because they're both going to be in Wargames before that, which is just confusing. For the US Championship match, I very much see Seth Rollins retaining in a triple threat between himself, Austin Theory, and of course Bobby Lashley. I do think there's a possibility of Austin Theory sneaking it, but not against Lashley and not against Seth. If there was someone there who could just be, the good old-fashioned there to take the pin, that I feel would work better than the current setup where all 3 of them kind of need protecting. As regards the Women's Championship match, I think it's a lock. I don't think anyone will be surprised to hear Ronda Rousey beating Shotzi Blackheart. They'll protect Shotzi by having Shayna involved, but I do suspect it's going to be a pretty clean sweep as regards Ronda Rousey maintaining her championship grip. Just maintaining hold of that championship until we start heading into WrestleMania. For the Wargames matches, I have both heel teams winning. I have the Bloodline winning and essentially escaping trouble, but I do have Jey Uso eating a spear at the end of this show. Whereas with the Women's Wargames, I believe that Bayley will pin Bianca Belair. I do think we're heading towards Bayley versus Becky, but I don't necessarily think it's going to be an immediate thing. We have time. Spiderboss says, I'm glad it isn't brand versus brand. Raw Women's Division would have destroyed SmackDown Women's Division. That's not unfair, especially now that Becky is back as well. Sean says, according to Wrestling News Co., AEW is no longer interested in buying out CM Punk's contract. If that were true, they would not still be negotiating, which at the moment, they very much are. Kervin, welcome, says no kickoff show match. Nope, no plan for a kickoff show match to my knowledge. We'll get a full hour of the phrase shucky ducky quack quack and just a lot of that. Like I want to be positive, but shucky ducky quack quack. That's where we are. The world of shucky ducky quack quack. Code said it was a video saying tonight wouldn't be the same without Regal shouting War Games. I get that. I'd imagine he was hoping that Regal would shout War Games straight back at him. But stranger things have happened. Daz, welcome. Says Tom, who's in first, Brutes or Bloodline? Brutes are in first, though I do suspect Kevin Owens will be in first and Sami Zayn will be in first. I'll be fun for me. Kieran says, yo, welcome Kieran. Ramit, welcome, says maybe Sami Zayn betrays the Bloodline tonight. I don't see that. I think they're teasing that slightly, but I definitely don't see that. Spiderboss says, after Shotzi tonight, what is next for Ronda? Looks like another match with Raquel, to be honest. That makes the most sense at this point in time. For Ronda to just sort of continue working through the SmackDown Women's Division until there's no one left. Spiderboss says, is Becky still part of Raw? Yes, she is. Becky Lynch at the moment is still internally listed as a Raw talent. She appeared on SmackDown just to basically tease the reveal a little bit longer. Just a little bit longer. Sai, welcome, says happy Survivor's Day, everyone. Looking forward to it. This time last year we were all talking about a golden egg, so be glad for small mercies. I'm very, very glad that Vince McMahon is no longer making the decisions. More on that shortly. I have finished my Vince McMahon video. Expect it to be uploaded on Wednesday. There will be a premiere for it as well. And can I just say, it's about a half hour long because there is a lot that I cover and a lot that you might not know about Vince McMahon. I'll tell you that. Just there's a lot. There's a lot. Also, as always, Si, thank you very much for our graphic. I mean, it's absolutely beautiful. Look at it. You got the red, you got the blue. You've got a dream right there. And I also like that you've gone with the red and blue there. Just like really nicely done, especially that you've swapped them round. Really nicely done. John says, do you see anyone debuting tonight? No, because so many of them will actually be debuting anyway. We've got the Becky return. We've got Mia Yim technically debuting. I don't believe she's been in ring yet, but I could be wrong. haven't been watching Raw as religiously as I should. Thomas says, do you think we'll see a cameo appearance of Regal to announce the start of War Games? No, personally I don't, though I do know contact was made. They did reach out to AEW to see if that was possible. I don't personally think it will happen. But I know the contact was there. I don't know what will happen. Kevin says, dream match for this year's Survivor Series should be Bobby Lashley versus Gunther. I would imagine that match is still coming. It's just not coming yet. Cody's hoping that Io and Asuka start. I do think they've been protected for a little while longer. I do think they're going to be keeping them as separate as possible leading up to it. Spider-Boss says, any update about Cody Rhodes? No update. The planned return that I've already laid out is still the planned return for Cody Rhodes. Hector says, I'm curious, Tom, even though Regal is with AEW, are they allowed to use his voiceover for War Games or no? Yes. Any footage filmed during his time in WWE, any footage for that can still very much be used, and that would be certainly a possibility. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they used the previous narration. That makes a lot of sense, but I would be surprised to see them get a new clip for it. Kervin says Ronda Rousey versus Xia Li, maybe. Xia Li is currently on the heel side, so I don't necessarily see that. I do think Raquel Rodriguez is the logical next choice. Hello, Marcel. How are you? Eric says, is it time for the preview? It very much is. We have about an hour-long pre-show starting in just 4 minutes. Dad says, what's the first match, please, Tom? My personal suspicion is that it's going to be the female War Games match, though it may be Finn Balor versus AJ Styles, so that Mia Yim and Rhea Ripley can be involved. Spiderboss says, I expected the reveal of the 5th member of Team Bianca to happen at Survivor Series. A bigger name as Becky deserved a return during the pay-per-view, just as Bray and Bayley. If that happened, then people would be so desperately expecting Sasha that they would crap all over it, and you know it. You know it. Jaden says, what's on the kickoff right now? The kickoff actually starts in 3 minutes. 3 minutes until the kickoff starts, and I'd imagine it's just going to be a lot of discussions and hype packages and, oh, look at all these different buildings. Standard stuff. Ramit, I wouldn't go that far as regards AEW, I'll say that. Spider-Boss is asking how long Ronda versus Shotzi will last. I'd imagine about 10 minutes. Shotzi will get her offense in. That will happen, but it won't be enough. And we know it won't be enough. Eric says, it seems like you were right about Regal coming back to NXT. Does it? Why does it seem that, Eric? As I say, I'm certainly aware that there's been a discussion about it, but that doesn't mean that he's available. Jaden's very excited. Kervin says Alexa Bliss and Nikki Cross need to start first. I don't think they need to. I do think Rhea Ripley is likely to start first on the women's on the damage control side, but I do think Alexa Bliss and Nikki Cross will definitely come to blows. Jordan Darlow, welcome, says good evening, Tom. Good evening yourself. It is currently 2 minutes to midnight here in the UK, which is always a wonderful, wonderful thing. Eric says, imagine if Liv Dakota 2019 her way into War Games, even though it's highly unlikely. Liv's not in the match, so that definitely wouldn't happen. Spider-Boss says, I'd love to see Ronda and Shayna versus Damage Control for the women's tag team titles. I suspect that's the plan, just not quite yet. And there may be a swap to a face team in the build to it. They have Damage Control as champions. They have Ronda and Shayna now sort of working their way closer to that tag team that we've been expecting since WrestleMania time. So I definitely expect we're going to see something of that ilk shortly. Jay Quick says, hi Tom. Currently listening to you as I drive my fiance's parents back to the airport. Fair enough, Jay Quick. Hello, Jay Quick's fiance's parents. How are you all? Hope you're good. Hope you're good. Thank you very much, Donna, for subscribing on the YouTube side. If you have not yet done so, please do consider hitting that like button. A little thumbs up can make a massive difference. And subscribe if you haven't already. We are going to be watching Survivor Series in its entirety from start to finish, one match at a time, because ultimately there is only one match at a time. And I really hope that everyone enjoys the show. So stick around, hit like and subscribe if you haven't already. Omega shouts, Tom Colohue from the rooftop. Marcel says, is Bray present on this show on screen? Bray is present on the show. I suspect he'll be on screen. I can't guarantee he'll be on screen, but I suspect he will be. Jaden says, I'm excited to see what the arena looks like. The moment's coming. I'd imagine it's going to look quite strange having so much room actually at ringside because of the 2 rings. but they'll do what they did in NXT, where they use one ring, then the other ring, then the other ring. So it'll make it work. Ramit has literally just gone on the offensive with AEW and now says Liv Morgan needs to join AEW. I don't understand where you're coming from there, Ramit. Kieran says, have you seen the Survivor Series chairs the front row get to take home? It's probably the best ones ever made. I have not, though I always found that concept really confusing. Like, who do you sit on? And is it not rude to do so? Like, there was one where it was just Brock Lesnar's face in the middle. I don't want to do that. You get what I mean? I don't want to do that. Omega shouts, Tegan Knox. Code says, do you think it'll be Raquel next, even with the injury Shayna and Ronda gave her? Yes, I think it'll be because of the injuries that Ronda and Shayna gave her, and I don't think it'll be a long-term injury. John says, yes, it's a late one for us UK fans. It is indeed. Mahesh says, where is the demon Finn Balor? Retired. Finn has no intention of using the demon. The reason we saw the demon in the feud with Roman Reigns was to say goodbye to it. John Gillis says, I could see Charlotte appearing tonight. In what way? Like, what would she do? I've heard a lot of people suggest that, she could attack Ronda. That means that they're both heels? Because no one's going to cheer Charlotte. Kenneth Clark says, I just subscribed to you. Thank you very kindly, Kenneth. Welcome to the show. Spider-Boss says, apart from Damage Control, Raquel and Shotzi and Alexa and Asuka, when could we see new women's tag teams? We could see a new tag team tonight in Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler. Rama suggests Liv Morgan and Ruby Soho as a perfect tag team for the women's division, which I get where you're going for that. That makes sense to me. The Wargames cages are already down over the ring, very much suggesting that the women's Wargames match will open the show. We have our panel. It includes Jerry Lawler again, and that is a real shame. Kayla Braxton looks amazing, though. That's a very sparkly shirt. She really stands out. Booker T's tie as well, very nice. Very nice. The King's wearing a jumper. Make an effort, mate. Jay Quick says, I flew the family in as a surprise because the fiancé hasn't seen a family in 2 years. 2 years is far too long, so well done you. Spiderboss says, could we see Pat McAfee back in WWE in January? Yes, we could. Sean says, Alexa had an interview on BT Sport. They are really trying to hype up the fact that so many people think they're going to see her turn heel. That's suggesting to me that she won't be doing. Sai says, glad you like the overlay. Open to ideas from everyone for a Rumble overlay. I feel like they maybe need to make it clear early on if Sasha isn't there, if she's expected. If they make it clear that she's not there, fans will decide, they're just trying to swerve us. There is no winning this battle. Ashley, the kickoff show started 3 minutes ago. So the actual show starts in about an hour. Moises says, I hope they don't bury LA Knight in his feud with Bray. Unfortunately, nobody really survives a feud with Bray Wyatt at this point. Jaden says, I know Sasha is probably not getting involved, but if she is, how do you think it would go? You're asking me to say what's going to happen, which is the exact opposite of what I think is going to happen. What I think is going to happen is nothing. Sasha Banks isn't going to be there. You're asking me to just purely make something up, and I don't do that. JJ, welcome, says, hey Tom, do you think they needed Becky back? I thought she wouldn't be back until the Rumble. I don't think they needed her back, but I think they chose to have her back for a little extra star power. I'm not going to complain at that. Kieran says, Roman won't like it. Everyone will be sitting on his face. I replied to your latest tweet if you want to see it. Thank you kindly, Kieran. I'll check that out. Jaden says, the arena picture is on Twitter. It looks so cool. Yes, Mahesh, the demon is retired, at least for now. Hector says, for fantasy booking purposes, do you think a story where Shayna tries to help Ronda retain her title at some point could cost Ronda? Because I don't think their eventual feud doesn't need a title. I do think it would be very beneficial for Shayna to have a championship involved there. I just don't necessarily think it's an automatic. Thank you, Kieran. That is just one massive Roman face. You're very much sitting on Roman's face there. Well, hey, some people are into that. Quite a lot of people, let's be fair. Spiderboss says, if Alexa doesn't turn on Team Bianca, could Asuka turn heel? Why do we need a heel turn? Genuine question. Why do we need a heel turn at all? I don't think we do. Kenneth says, do you show the whole matches? Nope, we are a watch-along. So essentially, open the show, watch that on the WWE Network, Peacock, whatever service you provide. Have me on in the background. I am alternative commentary. And yes, we engage as best as possible with the chat. The more questions you ask, the more I have to talk about. And of course, the more the chat rate goes, the more our channel grows. So no, I don't show the whole matches. That would be a massive copyright breach, and I would get kicked off of YouTube for doing so. Stuart Ridley, welcome, says, ugh, Lawler about. I know, right? On the prowl. Billy Crystal says, salutations everyone, and salutations to you, Billy. Great to see so many familiar names and familiar faces joining the crew here. Steve Englund says, Pete Rosenberg is a clown. Where did they get that guy from? From his own show? I do believe it was. Joey says, hi Tom, how was your day off yesterday? It was chill. And it wasn't quite a day off, let's be fair. I spent most of it finishing off the Vince McMahon video that's going up on Wednesday. So I says, fair enough, catch 22 for them with Sasha and maybe best left alone. I agree. If they don't say anything, they at least can say, I haven't promised anything. Kenneth says, I like your videos so far, my new friend. Thank you, Kenneth. I do appreciate that. Fresh says, who is the next big name to go to either AEW or WWE? Hard to say, depends what you mean by big name. If you're talking actual transfers, I see Samoa Joe going back. It depends how long his contract is, of course. Spider-Boss says the Bloodline is feeling oozy tonight. Of course they are. Sami Zayn is there, and that's all you need. Joe Quick says we might go to Texas for Christmas and New Year's. Her parents live in Texas. Might be Texas quick. I mean, depends what you mean by quick, but I know in America, driving for 4 hours is just normal. See, here's a perfect example. Joey says, I still have a feeling Sasha will be there in some sort of way. And this is what I mean. You literally can't win. Jane says, I mean, how would you book it? I wouldn't have Sasha returning tonight. There is absolutely no storyline reason to do so. Literally zero. There is no reason whatsoever for Sasha to be there. What I would do is wait. Traffic says, almost 40 people here for a pre-show. Love seeing the growth every pay-per-view, Tom. Thank you, Traffic. I'm trying some new things with this particular show. You may notice I've changed the title around a little bit to sort of match up with what the SmackDown shows have been doing recently. And we're watching the numbers grow because of it. It's a huge chance, a huge opportunity. And these particular shows do very well, I will say that. So I'm very glad you're happy there, Traffic, and I do appreciate that support. Stuart says, has to be said, WWE do promo videos well. It is the one thing they absolutely do amazingly in all ways. Kenneth says, how was your Thanksgiving? Unfortunately, here in the UK, we do not celebrate Thanksgiving, so neutral. How was yours? Spider-Boss says, I've never liked Corey Graves, mainly because his anti-role models comments during the years. I do kind of get what you're saying. Kenneth is saying, who is your favourite wrestler of all time? This may disappoint depending on how you feel about certain wrestlers. My favourite wrestler of all time is Triple H. I started watching just before SummerSlam 98. The best match of that card for me was a ladder match between Triple H and The Rock. Triple H always seemed to be ignored in favour of Stone Cold, in favour of The Rock. He was my guy. I've interviewed him twice. He very much still is my guy. That says, Tom, any news on when Randy could be back? No news whatsoever on that one. There is a lot going on and a lot to take heed of when it comes to that. So please be aware that anybody saying when Randy will be back is speculating in every possible way. Fresh says, any CM Punk news? Still in negotiation to try and get out of his contract. He is challenging AEW to try and get the money that he feels he's entitled to. He does not intend to wrestle for them again. Hector says, if Sami wins for the Bloodline, the Usos should treat Sami to Waffle House this time around. Eric Douglas says, I think people want Alexa to be a solo star again. Yes, but also they want her to turn heel. Basically, they just want her to not be anything like she is right now for some reason. Jay Quick says, everyone, here's a spoiler, Sasha's not coming back tonight. Thomas says, how do you see the ending of the men's War Games match going? I see Jey Uso being speared by Roman Reigns as punishment for nearly costing them the match. Oh, and I see Ridge Holland getting pinned. Kieran says, I'm going to throw a wild one out there and say maybe Jay White to WWE in a few years being the next big transfer. Kieran, you know better than that. You know that's not fair. Okay? You know that's not fair. You can't mention Jay White around me and expect me to stay calm. It's not fair. Mahesh says, my childhood superheroes were The Undertaker and Jeff Hardy. The Undertaker definitely stood out for me. I've always been more of a Matt Hardy guy than a Jeff, though. Yes, Joey, I did see the Scripps debut. It was alright. NXT's not doing great at the minute. They're really not. Marcel says Sami is going to cost the Bloodline the match and get killed by the Bloodline. I definitely don't see that. I definitely don't see that happening. Thomas says, do you see Alexa turning on Team Bianca? I don't think we need a heel turn in the match. I don't see it. Especially when so many people are saying, oh, Alexa's going to turn heel. Oh, Sami's going to turn the Bloodline. Why is there constant back and forth? That's not how Triple H works. It's really not. Spider-Boss says his favourite all-time wrestler is Eddie Guerrero. Sai says Lawler's jumper is perfect, crass, poor taste, and out of date, much like Jerry Lawler himself. Steve says, I just realised this may be the only Finn versus AJ match inside the two unified rings. They might steal the show. Finn and AJ have wrestled before on a TLC match. AJ Styles was the last-minute replacement for Bray Wyatt. And Spider-Boss says Ricochet and Will Ospreay could work well on Cirque du Soleil. They also work really well in wrestling matches. I've seen it. It's great. We are 25 minutes into a show that is going to last at least 4 hours. We've already had 336 views. We currently have 50 viewers, but only the 20 likes. If you've not yet done so, please consider hitting that thumbs up. Vote in the poll, which is asking which War Games match will be better, the men's or the women's, and subscribe if you haven't already. To just explain a little bit about how the system works here on YouTube, there are a number of different factors which help to convince YouTube to advertise the show. Likes are the big one. The more likes you have, the more YouTube will advertise the show and bring more people in. Obviously, the more people are in a show, the more likely people are to click. Subscribers do not matter at all at this point. Chat rate is the other one that really needs to be taken into account. The more people are chatting, the more people are commenting, even if you're just talking amongst yourselves, the more YouTube thinks, oh, people are really enjoying that show. Let's send it out to some extra people. It is considered at times a small thing, but it really isn't. Chat rate has a massive impact on the overall growth of the channel. And we have already gained 5 subscribers and the show hasn't even started yet. So I'm definitely doing something right. Thank you to everyone who has 6, my apologies. Thank you to everyone who has already subscribed, has already hit like, and is already chatting away. Currently, the men's War Games match is winning the poll as to which match will be better, 64% to 36% for the women's. Thomas says Jay White to come into WWE and challenge Finn Balor and AJ Styles. Thomas, just be cool. Okay, be cool. Jaden says, is it going to be elimination? No, it is not. It is a 1 pinfall, 1 submission factor. Hector says, Taker was definitely my favourite of all time. I started watching during the Ministry era, and that was so damn good. As a young kid, I totally believed Taker and all the stuff he was doing was real. I did as well. I was 10 years old when we saw that version of The Undertaker. I genuinely had a little moment when I believed he was retiring at WrestleMania 33. Had a little cry. The last true immortal from my childhood, the one that I truly believed in most, was hanging up his boots, and then he came back for Saudi Arabia. Boo. Just boo. Thank you for hitting like, Jordan. I do appreciate it. Spiderboss says, I remember AJ Styles was in WWE live events in Chile back in 2017 when he has to go back to USA to replace Bray. Indeed. And it was a very, very quick one. A very, very quick one. Joey says it was a pretty disappointing debut. They spent weeks airing vignettes for it to be Reggie. It's been a while since we've seen Reggie. Makes sense. I forgot he was actually signed up. Will says, I bet with Kenny in the books mocking CM Punk on his past Dynamite, do you know if Tony gave them the go-ahead to do that, or did they do that on their own? Tony gave them the go-ahead to do that. They were absolutely fine to do so. Pauline, I have no idea what you're talking about. Seems like you're just going for random things there. No idea. That says, who's your pick for the men's Rumble, Tom, for Legends? Legends? Hard to say. They don't usually do it just yet. I think we're going to see Kurt Angle, personally. Outside of that, Triple H isn't really a big Legends guy. Maybe Shawn Michaels will appear and spend a moment with AJ Styles, but I don't see that either. There's not many people he would actually bring back, other than, for example, Kevin Nash again. Jermaine says, hey Tom, am I right? There is only 5 matches for tonight. You are right, Jermaine. Firstly, welcome to the show. Great to see you, mate. We have the men's War Games, the women's War Games, the SmackDown Women's Championship, the US Championship, and AJ Styles versus Finn Balor. Judgment Day constantly represented. The War Games matches will be about an hour long each. So that explains that one. Thomas says, I'd actually really like to see Jay White versus Edge. I think that program would be really good. I would love to see Jay White versus anyone. One of the main reasons he would never come, though, is that he'd be told to change his finisher. And that is just not good enough. Simon Simon is saying, nobody really knows if Sasha is returning tonight. That's why I'm just be excited to watch the women's War Games match. The other women's stuff, Triple H delivered a big return in Bray at Extreme Rules. You're right. Nobody really knows, except Sasha and everyone in the WWE who's already been told. Jordan says, Undertaker was so good at storytelling, a lost art. I wouldn't say it's a lost art. I think there's still some very good stories told. The one that immediately jumps to mind for me is The Miz and the Intercontinental Championship. Tom Talks Rubbish says, what's up, Tom? What's up, Tom Talks Rubbish? If anyone hasn't already seen my interview on the Tom Talks Rubbish channel, I do recommend it, just not right now, because we're having a show right now. Traffic says, be careful mentioning Jay White. They're going to titillate his juices. How dare you, Traffic? That is unfair. The titillation is not a requirement. Stop titillating me, guys. Okay? You should know better. Ross Menzies, welcome, says, hi, Tom. Was there a spoiler warning yesterday? There was not. Watching this now but was looking earlier. I'll catch it tomorrow if there was. Hope you are good. I did not do a spoiler warning yesterday. This is frozen, hasn't it? We briefly froze there. Hopefully we're all chill and everything's calm. It doesn't look like it's restarted, but we did have some problems yesterday. Hopefully that's not the case this time round. But yes, there was no spoiler warning yesterday. I just didn't do a show. I did something else. I was otherwise busy, unfortunately. Hector says, you mean that Saudi event where the great DX versus Brothers of Destruction match took place? No, I mean Goldberg. Well, technically Rusev as well. John Gillis says, you will see one of Naomi, Sasha or Charlotte tonight. I remember you said that. Spider-Boss says, it was hard for me when Eddie Guerrero lost the WWE title against JBL. I still think RVD or Booker T should have beat Eddie instead of JBL. Booker T, King Booker, was doing something else at the time. Let's not forget that. And of course, RVD would not have been able to transfer the championship as he did to, I believe, for JBL it was John Cena. Doesn't quite work. The whole point of JBL was to get John Cena over, and it worked. Wrestler Fan says, will Bray Wyatt appear tonight? I found that likely, yes. Stuart says, scripts being Reggie may be a disappointment after the hype, but can't deny the guy's moves. Would like to see him with Axiom, Nathan Fraser or Wes Lee. I do suspect he's going to be in and around the North American Championship situation. I wouldn't be surprised by it. Thomas, I don't know who would under who. I'm missing a bit of context there. Can you help me out? Leo says, hey Tom, any chance Sasha and Naomi return at the Rumble? Yes. Everything is on the table. Spider-Boss says, the Undertaker's WrestleMania streak was amazing. Nobody thought Undertaker could lose. And then he did, and I still remember the moment of... I can't do it justice, but you guys know what I mean. Jaden says, the cage is up, so they won't start with the War Game matches. Well, you say that, but give it time. Give it time. Give it time. Kieran says, not cool, OBS. You tell him. Leo says, hey Tom, a Twitter source, bad start, was suggesting Sasha was plan A for War Games and Becky was plan B. Who is the Twitter source that you're mentioning there? Leo, give me a name. That says, my favourite wrestlers were Kane and Undertaker, Dead Man Inc. Simon, you're asking how I know... Sorry, I lost it. You're asking how I know that there's not going to be a secret Sasha return. Am I not the one who reported that Sasha was still under WWE contract? Am I not the one who reported that Sasha Banks had not been booked for the go-home show for SummerSlam last year, which was then confirmed by Becky Lynch? Was I not the one who said that Sasha Banks was on a mental health break after she lost the Tag Team Championships at WrestleMania, I want to say 35? Was I not the one who reported that Bray Wyatt had signed a new deal, that Ronda Rousey was on her way back, that Becky Lynch would be returning the day before she did, that Kevin Owens was turning face? I have my ways. This is what I do. Joey says, is this going to be a big vid that you're working on? The Vince McMahon video? Yes, it will. It will be similar style to the Bray Wyatt Fiend video from way back when that was about 20 minutes long, and I am very, very happy with it. Still gets a lot of views now. This will be a breakdown of everything that went wrong. Everything that went wrong for Vince McMahon. And it goes back a long time. A long time. A lot of accusations that have not been focused on for a while and that you may not know about. Ross says, I loved Taker when younger, but But the more we find out about him now, not so much a fan. Still respect his work though, best long-lasting character of all time. The Undertaker was great. Mark Calloway not really aligned with what I believe. Traffic says Eddie is my favourite of all time, but even I have to admit, looking back on it, JBL's title run was legendary, even though it left me scared as a kid. Do you mean scared or do you mean scarred? I still remember him creeping out from under the cage. Good times. Raleigh Welcome says, I think we see Charlotte or Sasha after the Ronda match. Do you agree, Tom? Yes or no? No, I do not personally agree. But I'll be interested to remind you of that later on. Why is WWE Network having issue? My internet better not be having issues. If I'm having internet issues, you know it's going to be. Hopefully everything's just going to work. Kervin says, every WWE pay-per-view is no longer Sunday. Yes, and that's not the only change. They're now premium live events. They're not even pay-per-views anymore. Jermaine says, is a plan for tonight's SmackDown Women's title match to be hurt Shotzi versus Ronda, or a replacement for Shotzi to go up against Ronda? Shotzi's not hurt. It'll be Shotzi versus Ronda. Raquel is hurt. Wrestler fan says, is Gunter backstage? Possible title defense. He's in the area. I don't believe he's backstage to my knowledge. There is no planned title defense. Justin Welcome says, Sasha returns after Ronda beats Shotzi, and Sasha and Naomi versus Ronda and Shayna feud incoming. I wouldn't hate that. Like, I asked you for why. That's not a bad reason why. At the same time, why wouldn't they go straight for the tag team championships? Fair enough, Jay Quick. Appreciate that. Hector says, I honestly think it's unfair to the current wrestlers in the matches tonight that the internet constantly wants Sasha, Charlotte and the likes. Let's just enjoy what we have, because once they're gone, we'll want them back. I mean, that's certainly the case with Charlotte. Everyone wants her back at the moment, even though they really wanted her gone. Simon says, my point is just let Sasha, Naomi, Charlotte fans have hope. Hope is all we have. Why is hope all you have? That's my biggest concern here, Simon. You're saying that the only thing you have in life is hope that Sasha Banks will turn up. That's not good. Not good at all. Tom says, do you think Michael Cole goes in the Hall of Fame? Does he deserve it? Yes and yes, especially since Triple H took over. Jane suggests a triple threat will open the show. I do think if it's not going to be War Games, it will be AJ versus Finn Balor. It's going to be a great match, and it also means that Mia Yim and Rhea Ripley can be involved. The Women's War Games would have to go immediately after, though. JJ says, I wish everybody just stopped with the Sasha returning. Maybe she just doesn't want to come back this year. It's getting irritating. Maybe. Very true. Leo says, any chance Sasha and Naomi versus Ronda and Shayna could be a feud? Leo, what was that Twitter source you were talking about? Spider-Boss says, why Nia Jax didn't get punished when she hurt half of the women's division? You don't know whether she did or not. Spider-Boss says, I remember I used to get pissed off every time JBL mocked Eddie, and that was the point. Simon, freedom of speech is not freedom of consequences. Like, you can't tell someone to stop saying something and then claim freedom of speech. JJ also has freedom of speech. You need to realize this is not your channel, and I will not be taking some of the stuff that you've been coming out with recently. You need a much more healthy place to vent than this channel. And I'm going to be very clear, there will be no more temporary timeouts. There will just be a gone. Very clear on that. Jordan says, basically Vince has no chance in hell. Looking forward to the video. It'll be a good one. It'll be a good one. Eric says, how would you book Alexa's solo? I wouldn't. I would keep her in a tag team. I think she's very good in the tag team division. I'd like it. Austin says, long wait after Survivor Series for the next pay-per-view. It will be a long one, unfortunately, but we are getting to where we need to get to. Honestly, I'm quite excited to see how they put things together in that time off. Leo says, who are your picks to win the Rumble? Mine are Charlotte and The Rock, although I want Cody and Sasha. The Rock, to my knowledge, is not planned to be involved in any wrestling matches in the WWE. Also, Leo, what was that source you were talking about, that Twitter source? Ross says, really looking forward to the Vince video. Tom, the financial analysis you do with Gleb are really interesting as well. I appreciate that, Ross. I enjoy working with Gleb, and if we can do more, I certainly will be looking to do so. So it's good to know that you enjoyed that. Fred says, will Underground return one day? Doesn't seem to be. Sai says, let's not be picking fights with each other. It's a great community and about to take in a great show. Hopefully so. Hopefully so. John says, do you see AJ Lee making a comeback at any time? Nope. Nope. Because what will happen is that AJ Lee will come back and the crowd will chant CM Punk's name, which is just rude. Tom says, who inducts Michael Cole? Personally, I would love to see Jerry Lawler do it. I absolutely would not love to see Jerry Lawler do it. I'm not sure. I think Pat McAfee at this point, to be completely honest. That's just what I personally see and what I would enjoy most. Scar traffic. Gotcha. Patrick says, good evening. Hope you had a good day. Welcome, Patrick. A good day so far, certainly. A good day so far. Kenneth says, do you see any surprises tonight? Yes. The match finishes. There will be surprises because at the moment, we don't know what the result will be. Hi, Big Mist. How you doing? Kenneth also says, what do you think of Team Drew at Wargames? Team Fight Night is a pretty strong team and also a really great opportunity for Ridge Holland and for Butch. Like, just genuinely great opportunity for both of them. Spider-Boss says, I wanted to see fans chant to Vince, na 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 na, hey, goodbye, when Vince appeared on TV months ago. They wouldn't have. They would have chanted no chance in hell, and you know it. You know the people behind Vince when they come to buying tickets for his show. Thank you very much for subscribing, Big Mist. I really do appreciate it. We are continuing to grow very well recently. Every little helps. Every like, every subscribe, everybody chatting really makes a big difference to the growth of the channel, and I really do appreciate it. So thank you for clicking that button. Hector says, Taz should induct Michael Cole. In my opinion, I love their chemistry during the Ruthless Aggression era. It's hard to pinpoint one person with the longevity of Michael Cole who could induct him. It's hard then. Maybe a Paul Heyman, for example. They've worked together in the past. Pardon me. Tom says, that's a better idea for Michael Cole's induction. It's been Pat McAfee. Why didn't I think of it? Spider-Boss says, DX's comedy segments were extremely funny back in the day. Do you mean the ones like early on in the Attitude Era that were like strongly racist, or like the tank one, which wasn't a tank, which was just a truck? Bayley says, since it's going to be a while, could post-AEW Jim Ross induct Michael Cole? He could. I mean, he has previously kicked Michael Cole in the testicles. If you remember the short-lived Jim Ross heel turn that just did not work. Ross says, McAfee to induct Cole, only choice. They are so good together. They do have a beautiful natural chemistry. Marcel says, who do you see as a surprise in the Rumble match? If I tell you, it's not going to be a surprise, is it, Marcel? The amount of times I get this question, and I'm probably going to make a video about it at some point, just like predictions for surprises for the Royal Rumble. There's a long time until the Royal Rumble, and those sort of videos are like time bombs, where they pick up a lot of views in the build-up. So if I do it now, it'll just get more and more traffic as we get towards Royal Rumble. So I'll probably do something like that if people are interested in it. I'll predict some surprises. Justin says, Reigns versus Sheamus at the Rumble. I do see that one happening, yes. And for me, at least, that one makes a lot of sense. Eric wants me to induct Michael Cole. I'd need to work for the WWE first. Gotcha, Spider-Bots. The 2006 ones are a bit less racist. Hector says, another good shout would be The Rock, since they had a lot of good moments when Cole was a backstage announcer. I don't think they could reference them without clearly being transphobic, because they were transphobic. I don't think they get away with that now. Thomas says, The Miz should be the one to induct Michael Cole into the Hall of Fame. Yes. Yes. That makes so much sense. Kenneth is suggesting Stone Cold, and I don't know why. I don't know why. It doesn't really... I don't understand how... Like, what's the connection there? I don't see it. Simon enjoyed the Hikaru Shida win on Rampage. I know quite a few people who are big fans and certainly could see more good coming from that. Eric says, I can't wait to see your Vince video. Wednesday, I'm getting it uploaded. It is finished at this point. I just need to basically upload it and get it ready. And I want to do that when it's not sort of stepping on any of the live videos that I'm doing. Spider-Boss says, since Triple H isn't a fan of bringing legends, could we see less legends in the Women's Rumble? Yes, because there is a lot more women now. Jermaine says, I know that Becky came back last night and she's part of Team Bianca, but Bayley's team has to win tonight, because if they don't, it really damaged damage control. Pun there. I see what you did there. I see what you did. It was clever. And I do see Bayley's team winning. John says Shida's contract is up in March. Oh, what's the source for that one, John? Bayley says most of those cringy backstage interviews were largely to amuse Vince. You say that, Bayley. You say that. But I do think The Rock quite enjoyed them as well. Peter says, okay, hello, Sir Tom. Hello, Peter. So excited for tonight. Is that wrong? No. They've been doing great pay-per-views recently. The pay-per-views have been fantastic. Stuart suggests letting Bayley induct Michael Cole, which is not a bad shout. Yes, Kenneth, I remember The Undertaker. We were talking about him a minute ago. Spider-Boss says fans went from chanting Cena sucks to we want Cena back. Yeah, because he's not there. That's the difference. They want you when you're not there. They don't want you when you are there. Sounds like anyone you know? John Gillis is asking, is Zero News credible? And I will answer the same thing I always answer when it comes to the questions like this. What I want you to do, really simply, is start taking note of everything, literally every single thing, all of it, that they report. Take a note of it. Okay? This, for me, is one of those things where you have to keep track of it. You absolutely have to. Okay? Because in the end, you'll know exactly how reliable they are based purely on that. In my estimations, they get about 30% of stuff right. But as I say, they're my estimations. Jaden agrees and wants Bayley to induct Michael Cole. Hector says, I sure hope we don't ever see Kevin Nash back in the WWE. Nothing against the man himself, but when Triple H inserted him into that CM Punk feud, it just left a sour taste in my mouth. He was bad on the mic and could barely wrestle at that point, and he's not exactly gotten better. 4-3 says, do you still see Bayley taking the title off Bianca? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Justin says, Edge and Beth versus Finn and Rhea at Rumble or Mania? Maybe. Makes sense. I mean, Edge is still very much working with Judgment Day. Traffic says, by the way, can you remind me of the Wargames rules? Is it once all wrestlers are in, first pin submission wins, or is it elimination? It is not elimination, first fall wins. Marcel says, still hoping for a Seth versus Roman feud. The previous one was only one match. And I do think they've got plenty to go for there. Spider-Boss says, Zero News is the new Brad Shepard. They repeat news that other wrestling journalists report before. And Kenneth says, do you remember Michelle McCool? Yes. I have watched wrestling for quite a while. I do know most of the wrestlers. Joey says, Zero News reported that Brock Lesnar and Gunter match has been planned for Mania. I wonder where his alleged sources got that from. Surely we all expect it to be Brock Lesnar versus Bobby Lashley, right? Like, surely we all expect that. That's what makes sense. And as I've mentioned previously, I see Gunter versus McIntyre. But remember that. Remember it. Because this is how a lot of different outlets get away with it. They report things are going to happen in 6 months, and by the time that's happened, everyone's forgotten what the original source was. Simon's happy to see more women on Rampage and Dynamite now. It's been a long time coming. AEW have not booked their women's division very well at all. And Bayley says, if it hasn't been said before, the screen overlay is very well done, and we can thank Skye for that one. A quick aside on this one. Firstly, please remember to hit the like button. We have 47 viewers and only the 33 likes right now, so please remember to hit that thumbs up. We have already had, after less than an hour, 860 views, which is absolutely a great start. I am doing something a little bit different this time, just something that could be a little bit fun. For every cent in donation, so every 1 cent, will be 1 second more of Red Panda time. So, for example, if you donate $1, you will have 100 seconds of Red Panda. I will start to lose track of it eventually if there's a lot of it, but I don't think there will be a lot of it because we're still quite small here. But for every cent, we'll get more Red Panda time. Just a bit random. Something I can throw in there because why the hell not? This time last year I was drinking shot glasses of like vinegar and tomato ketchup just because I thought it'd be entertaining. That was what I was doing. I'm glad I've now found something at least a little more entertaining in the form of a Red Panda. Stuart says, basically match isn't technically started until all are in. Yes, there cannot be a pinfall or a submission until everyone is in the match. Jermaine says, to be honest, the only true person that should induct Michael Cole into the WWE Hall of Fame is Sasha Banks screaming, it's Cole time, or something along those lines. That name did spring to mind, but I didn't want to get everyone in a lather again. John suggests the anonymous Raw GM should induct Michael Cole. Just make the noise. Just make the noise. Eric says, I want to see the 4 horsewomen induct each other. That moment will likely happen. They'll just do it on a rotary basis. Spider-Boss says, John Cena used to be savage in the mic and his prime. His promos against Edge were good and only to get better, let's be fair. It's John Cena. He's always been a great talker, but he got better with age. Justin says, I hope Sheamus beats Gunter at Mania to win the one title he hasn't won. I don't see that one personally, but I don't know how Fight Night are actually going to fit into the Mania card as of yet. I am probably going to put together a mock Mania card over the next couple of weeks. Content will be not sporadic, there'll be quite a lot of it, but it'll be stuff to build to Royal Rumble and to build to WrestleMania. Lots of time bomb content over the next few months. Kieran says, does Tony still stick the women in the lowest viewing time slot? I only watch the pay-per-views from AEW. I haven't watched enough Dynamite or Rampage to really speculate, but I don't believe they're in draw segments. Traffic says, according to other outlets this year, it's going to be what? The 5th? It's supposed to be Roman versus Rock. Surely they're going to get it right one year. A broken clock is right 2 times a day. And my God, have they tried. My God. We have 2 votes for Shotzi, who are wrong. Hector says, Tom, what made you decide to get into streaming? And what advice does someone looking to stream that may be camera shy asking for a friend? Well, Hector, I have quite a lot on this because I was terrified to do this. Genuinely terrified to start doing this. I've gone into quite some detail on this, but to be blunt, I don't like this. And I don't mean like streaming, I mean this. And as part of streaming, I'm looking right at it. It's right there the entire time. But I reached a point where I had 10,000 followers on Twitter and they didn't mean anything. They weren't generating income. They were getting like my articles read, but I wasn't being paid to do that anyway. I was just doing that for fun. So I decided, after a takeover in November 2019, to just give it a shot. I recorded in a selfie on my phone format a review that was not great. It was all in one take, and it just, looking back, I'm not very happy with it. It got about 90 views and it got me 11 subscribers, from 0 to 11 overnight. So I kept going. I hated how I looked. I still hate how I look. But I don't see it anymore. I'm so used to what's happening, all I see is, am I in the middle of the frame? How's the overlay looking? It becomes habit. What I would recommend is checking stuff like vidIQ, a YouTube channel that does absolutely fantastic work. And there's plenty of others like them to really start to get to grips with it. And Hector, I believe you're on the Discord. By all means, reach out to me and we can chat about some general advice. Steve says, why is it Red Panda? It looks light brown orange like a tabby cat. That's the lighting. That is unfortunately the lighting. Eddie says, any surprise for tonight? No spoilers. I can't give you surprises and not spoilers. Can't happen. Simon wants to see Stone Cold versus Brock Lesnar at Mania 39. I definitely don't see that. One German suplex going wrong could be the end of Stone Cold. Kenneth, I've already answered that. It's Triple H. Simon says, Liv was on Up, Up, Down, Down today. Yes. Daddy spends quite a lot of time on that show. Joey says, I wonder why we still haven't seen a 4 Horsewomen Mania match. Do you think it will ever happen in the future? Not at this point. But what I will say is the reason that we haven't seen a 4 Horsewomen match is because they spread them out on both brands, because they just don't have that much confidence in the women's division outside of them. That's a big difference. That is changing recently. Spider-Boss, it's the big dog for me. I'm all about the big dog. Sai says, I wouldn't want to see Stone Cold taking a single suplex on that neck. I cringe at the healthy guys taking it. That said, Daniel Bryan came back and was taking them. Peter says, what is a liquid of choice tonight? It is Lucozade Alert Cherry Blast. Tom decided not to have a nap today. It was not the smartest thing I've ever done. Tom should have had a nap today. Spider-Boss says, I've never understood why Americans say soccer instead of football. No idea. I mean, a lot of them came from the UK, so... I don't know if you guys know this, but most Americans are immigrants. Will says, I think a lot of people didn't like Cena because of him being a Vince chosen one, that they couldn't see how good of a wrestler he was. I'm not sure on that one. I think he became the chosen one, but I think up until the point where he was actually WWE champion, people were really behind the guy. I think it was the feud of Angle that really did it. Barry Welcome says, hello everyone, just turned Bullseye off. Jim Bowen said to a women contestant, and you're a housewife and there's nothing wrong with that. And I thought there might be till Jim suggested it. Wonderful. Wonderful. Welcome, Barry. Spider-Boss says, if the four horsewomen were a band, in your opinion, who would be the lead singer? Charlotte. Charlotte's the lead. Oh, thank you, Bayley. I genuinely did not know that, Bayley, so I appreciate you jumping in on that one and helping out. If you have not yet done so, we have a poll running. There is 109 votes in it, saying which Wargames match will be better. At the moment, it is the men's that is in the lead with 66%. We currently have 60 viewers and 38 likes. Please do remember to hit that thumbs up, keep the chat rate high, and subscribe if you haven't already. And I believe I'm about to go. Yes, I am. We have 200 seconds, so just over 3 minutes of Red Panda. Gotta zip up. Gotta zip up. Thank you very much, Tom, for your continued generosity, saying, does JR return to WWE after his AEW contract? I think he'll return in some capacity. I cannot guarantee what capacity that will be, but I do think it'll be something backstage. Potentially, I think it'll be something like talent relations, which is an area that he's worked in previously and just makes a lot of sense for me personally to see that happening as well. Hector says, Tom, as someone who likes... Okay, that's something that... it depends what you mean by socially acceptable. It is illegal, but generally because the police are so terribly funded here, they don't really investigate it. So they just let it go. Simon says, funny thing, as regards Cena, he was so Cena super over as Doctor of Thugonomics as a heel or a babyface back in 2004-5, and that I agree with. Ross says, Tom, it's good to take a risk on yourself and hard work pays off and you'll continue to grow. The work you put out deserves the gains you've made. Thank you, Ross. That is a very nice thing to say, and I really do appreciate it. It really does make a big difference knowing that so many people are on my side and really so supportive and helpful. So thank you kindly for that. Peter says, hardcore all the way, Tom. Hardcore all the way. Kenneth says, do you remember... No, I have no idea who that would be. John says, fair play, Tom. Keep up the good work. Thank you kindly. I try my best. Justin says, why not go Bianca versus Ripley for the women's title and Ronda versus Shayna for SmackDown, and then do a four horsewomen four-way non-title dream match to see who's the best? That could be a lot of fun. A lot of fun. But I do think they're going to be needed for the tag team championships. I do think they are. Joey says, did you watch England versus USA? Nope, because it is taking place in Qatar, and I don't watch the Saudi Arabia shows. I definitely don't watch Qatar shows either. Yeah, Justin says quite similar. Why not go Bianca versus Ripley, Ronda versus Shayna, and then the four horsewomen? Well, you fantasy book, you go for it. Kenneth's favourite wrestler of all time is either The Rock or Sting. Joey says, do you think Thunder Rosa is done with AEW since she vacated the women's title? Not necessarily. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. But I do think at this point she may be doing some walking away. I can't blame her for that. Simon says, I think the four horsewomen fatal four-way match is a perfect opportunity for Bayley to get the Mania main event at WrestleMania 40. I don't see it main eventing if it ever does happen. I don't see it personally. Kenneth, I have not really tracked much WCW personally. And Sai says, I have a question. Was the Becky Lynch return also a return of the man character rather than the wacky outfits Becky? It seemed to be. It was indeed. They showed on the big screen that it was the man returning rather than Becky Lynch. Thank you, Tom, once again for your donation, and I hope you enjoyed the Red Panda as well. You've been a very generous man and a very great supporter of this channel, and I really do appreciate you. Spider-Boss says, I miss the days when returns were a big surprise. Now returns are spoiled every time. Are you not also asking what returns are going to be? Yeah. Barry says, I like how Rey Mysterio puts his mask on to answer the door. Me too. Like, I genuinely like Jerry Lawler saying horrible things about... Jesus Christ. Can we please fire Jerry Lawler? Pete Rosenberg's genuinely offended by that. Can we please fire Jerry Lawler? Kieran says, do we know what Thunder Rosa said behind her Patreon paywall after the announcement was made? I wonder if it was positive or not. I'm not sure. I'm absolutely not sure. Thomas says, hi Tom. What were your thoughts on the Dom, Rhea and Ray video at Ray's house on Thanksgiving? I loved it. I thought they got a lot of character in there, a lot of style in there, and I like how they're building to Rey Mysterio versus Dominic Mysterio at WrestleMania, even while Ray is 1, injured, and 2, on the other show. I like that. Eric says Stone Cold versus Punk for the feud we deserved a decade ago. I don't see that ever happening. I absolutely don't see that happening. We have been streaming for an hour. We will be streaming for 4 and a bit hours. And we have already broken 1,127 views. The most views we've ever had in a single day is 6,200 or that region. It's not impossible, if the numbers continue to go up, that we'll get there. So a huge thanks to everyone who's here, everyone who's chatting, everyone who's liked, and everyone who's subscribed so far. I'm so glad to see all of you here keeping me company and just making the show that much more fun just by being here with me. Hector says, no offense to the Sasha stands out there, but if Thunder Rosa ever was a free agent, I'd be more excited for her in the WWE than Sasha, but that's me personally. Hector, I don't think we need to pit people against each other like that. I think we can have both, we can have neither, we can have one, but I don't think it comes down to who's a better option. Like, who's available? That should be it for me. Ross says, I didn't watch a lot of WCW because we were 2 weeks behind here on TNT. I do specifically remember the Scott Hall debut, though. It certainly made an impact, didn't it? Kenneth says, I hope Triple H got some surprises for us tonight. And all the time, are you a SmackDown fan or Raw fan? Since the resplit in 2016, I've been a SmackDown guy. Primarily, honestly, because of AJ. Peter says, I have you on split screen. Thank you kindly. And John Misenberg's here. Meisenberg. I'm still never entirely sure, but welcome, sir. Been a little while. I hope you're good. Haven't seen you popping up on my my YouTube feed as often anymore. Are you still making content? I hope so. Oh, we're having our first mentions of Hall of Fame. They are starting the build to WrestleMania. We have our first commercial here in the pre-show. Fresh says, could 205 Live be making a return? Nope. Absolutely not. There's just there is no chance that one's going to happen from where I'm sitting, from what I can tell. It's Alexis. How you doing? I know it's you, Moxie. I know, mate. I know that one. Great to see you. I've been really good recently. How are you doing? Kenneth says, me too, SmackDown fan and Raw one too. Well, that's neither then. Joey says, why has Johnny been losing a lot recently? He kind of feels like a jobber right now. Because he's been essentially defined in the position that Triple H wants him in. It's just taken a little while to get there. Ross says, I still think Jericho's WWE debut is the best debut I've ever seen, even though internet wrestling was growing at that time and we knew already. Very true. Tom says, do you think the Cruiserweight Classic returns? I hope so. It was a great tournament. I do see more tournaments in the future. 4-3 says, the men's War Games is starting the show. I don't believe it is. The general rule is that the last hype package will be the main event. The last hype package is the men's War Games. Hector says, Ray has to be moved to SmackDown to get away from Dom and Judgment Day, and he ends up getting beat up by them. Anyway, the man hasn't had the best year. You say that, but Ray's purpose this year, Ray's mission this year, has been to put over Dominic Mysterio. It's working as far as I'm concerned. From where I'm sitting, it's working absolute treat. Mox is excited for War Games. Kieran says there's no way they start with Roman. I agree. Christina Front, welcome to the show. Says, is Naomi returning tonight? No. I do not expect to see that happen tonight. I also I don't expect to see Naomi return before Sasha, because ultimately people will be disrespectful and chant for Sasha rather than actually talk about Naomi. And Ross says The Rock's facial expressions during the Jericho debut totally helped make it. The Rock was always a very, very facial actor. The man knows all about facials, and that's important when you're in his line of work. Like, you know, as a guy who studied a lot of wrestling, I've got to say, I know all about facials as well. You might suggest that I'm an expert. Jermaine says, hey Tom, when WWE do Rey versus Dominic, do you think Rey's wife and daughter will get involved to keep Rhea Ripley from interfering? I wouldn't hate it. I certainly don't think it's impossible, but I would like it to see just a clean match with a clean finish and a win for Dominic. Christina, I don't know when Naomi will return, or if Naomi will return. At the moment, she's not under WWE contract. Surprisingly, Simon wants WrestleMania 39 to feature Sasha versus Ronda and Becky versus Bayley. Traffic wants a mom versus mommy match. Horrific. Peter, we are a PG stream. I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about? Kenneth says, how about both Sasha and Naomi return at the same time? I think if it happens, that'll be how it does. That just makes the most sense for me personally. We are getting a bit of hype for the women's War Games. It suggests, actually, we're going to get back-to-back War Games matches. Simon says, I'd give Charlotte versus Molly, who is a producer backstage, or versus Lita. I would rather she go against someone who can actually benefit from it, an active wrestler, maybe a Raquel Rodriguez. You've got to build that women's division up. Jordan says, Tom, do you think Bray's storyline is leading to the return of The Fiend, or is this new masked character something brand new? We will see The Fiend again, but it will not be Bray Wyatt. No, Christina, I will not be showing matches. There is huge copyright issues with that, and my YouTube channel would get shut down. Joey, yes, I have previously worked with a local indie company. Joey, I've worked with a local indie company. We're not quite there at the moment. And yeah, I don't necessarily have all of the contacts that I would like. Yeah, you think about what you've done there, Peter. You think about what you've done. Moxie says, I'm calling it now. Ronda is not losing the title till Mania 39. She will lose it to Shayna Baszler. Sai says, PG stream, you're talking about... Oh, whoa, Sai. You've got to stop doing that. You're making it worse. Yes, Simon, the point of the cages is to lock everyone in, lock them up, and give us a bit of War Games. We're having a recap of the conversation between Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens from this week's SmackDown, which was literally yesterday. Certainly they are teasing Sami Zayn's allegiances. I'm confident Sami Zayn's allegiances are to the Bloodline. Jey Uso maybe not so much. Bayley says, for all that happened this year, WWE ends stronger than a lot could have hoped for. Could have been very messy if Vince didn't go willingly, or even more details about his indiscretions made the press. More details on his indiscretions may be popping up right here on this YouTube channel after all. We currently have 1,245 views, 56 active viewers, and 42 likes. We're going absolutely fantastic. We've already gained 10 subscribers in our first hour, and we have 3 and a bit hours left to go. We are chasing records today, and I really do hope we're able to do so. Also, as an aside, I've mentioned this, but I want to mention it one more time. We just saw it from Tom. Every cent of donation will result in a second of Red Panda. Just a little thing that may give a bit more reward than I've been doing, because a lot of people have been donating and I really do appreciate it, but there's not much I can give you back, you know? It's silly, it's a dumb little thing, but if you enjoy it, by all means. And thank you everyone who's already donated since I monetized this channel, whether in gift subs, pure donation, the Twitch side, etc. Oh, or channel membership. Hector says, I really hope they go all out for the Rey Dom feud, including having Dom come out as Dominic Guerrero. Oh, nice. That would be a good way to finally end it and have it come full circle. I wholeheartedly agree. That's a great idea. Jaden says, I hope that Bayley will tap Bianca out with the bank statement. Well, that would mean a hell of a lot of people booing. Hell of a lot of people booing. Sam has asked, is Lita wrestling again anytime soon? Doesn't seem likely at this point in time. Kenneth says, what is Team Drew's advantage for War Games? Their second person will come in first, so they'll get a 2-on-1 and then a 3-on-2 and then a 4-on-3, etc. They'll have a numerical advantage until Roman Reigns comes in. Joey's excited to see EO do some crazy stunt. Peach says, I think we're on the way to the dark side to Sai. Ooh. Eric says, imagine Rhea and Dom versus Ray and Aaliyah. Aaliyah, not a wrestler. Not a wrestler. Kind of thinks I might break it tonight. Ooh, risky. JJ says, I hope one day we get Trish versus Becky. Trish really wants it, and it would be fire. Trish also really wants Alexa Bliss, so let's not forget that one as well. Tom says, if Vince didn't leave, what do you think this card would be? Well, we'd at the very least have Gunter versus Bobby Lashley. That was very much the plan. Kieran says, is my house just really well insulated, or has it been pretty warm recently for the end of November? Your house is really well insulated. It got colder. I'm literally a red panda. Joey, my gaming channel is on YouTube. My gaming channel is on YouTube. I was advertising it during the show yesterday. Just search Colohue Gaming and you'll find it. I'm very well, Harry. How are you? Jermaine says, the only thing about Ray versus Dominic, I was always led to believe that when they have that match, it'll be Ray's retirement match, because that's the match that Dominic earns the mask, and I still think that's going to be the plan. Sai says, I'm a bit lost on the point of the WWE pre-shows. Peacock means they're not selling a pay-per-view, they're not hosting a match, and the roundtable is inane. Is it maybe just for the sponsors? I think so, yes. Especially given that I'm seeing 3 different signs for Cricket 5G, which take up about a third of the screen right now. It's a lot of advertising. Bayley says, Tom, in your opinion, who will be the first horsewoman to retire and who will be the last? I think Sasha Banks will be the first to retire and Bayley will be the last. I think Sasha will retire from wrestling before anyone else does and move on to other things. I think Charlotte will unfortunately slowly wear down. I think she's picked up quite a few injuries over her time, which certainly has an effect. Becky loves wrestling, but we'll see how that plays out as well. I think Bayley will be the one who makes it to the end, as it were. The proverbial finish line. But that's just my opinion. Joey asks, will your Vince video mention any scrapped plans that he had before his retirement? No, it will not have any mention of that. There is not going to be any talk about booking. It is all very much talk about things he's done, things he's been accused of. This is not a kayfabe video. This is a dish in the dirt video. Thomas says, are you going to be watching the post-show media scrum? Not necessarily, but I am planning to stick around after the show, at least for a little while. Andrew Quinn, welcome. Says, will we see a special appearance by Taker in front of the crowd tonight? No, why would we? I don't understand why we would. Harry says, do you think Goldberg returns in 2023? Nope. Kieran, I appreciate that you said, I believe that, and I wouldn't call her old. I'm older, for one thing. Thank you, Tom. Appreciate that. Content will be coming to the gaming channel shortly. I've already got a few live videos on there, but I'm editing them down as we speak. For free suggest, who do you think will be on the cover of the new WWE 2K game? I cannot look past Roman, and I cannot look past Bianca at this point. Kenneth, I don't usually do post-shows. I usually do the show that we're hosting and then move on, because ultimately it will be 4 a.m. or later for me here in the UK. I'll stick around a little bit afterwards. No, Christina, Wargame starts in 1 minute. Well, Survivor Series starts in 1 minute. We actually have gambling incoming. We have 1 minute left and everyone's very distracted by the gambling. WWE Network is usually an incredibly reliable stream. Usually much more reliable than I have with BT Sports, certainly. Today has not been that day. It just hasn't been that day. I'm seeing that Sasha and Naomi are trending already on Twitter. That has been true previously, Kieran. I suspect that the 4 Horsewomen will be the exception rather than the rule. The pre-show ends in a minute, Harry. 1 minute. 1 whole minute. And it's all over. And we go to the main card. Gonna be fun. Gonna be fun. Everyone get very excited. Jerry Lawler's making guarantees as well. Booker T's just lost his mind. And we are once again talking about cricket. Wonderful. Christina, we are a reaction live stream. We are an analysis live stream. And we are also breaking news. If the watch-alongs aren't for you, please remember that we have spoiler warning on Mondays and Fridays. That's our news show. Yep, the women's Wargames match will be opening the show. I never doubted it, and you guys know that. No, Harry, I don't think Edge returns tonight. I don't see any reason why he would. Joey says it seems like Austin Theory has been mentioning John Cena a lot recently. Do you think that's foreshadowing for what's to come? Yeah. Eric says, I really want Dom to earn his mask soon. I would like him to not have it, to be honest. I don't think he necessarily needs a mask. And Justin says, all together, we want Sasha Chan. Hi. Hi. Thank you, Tom. Hope you're feeling a little bit better over time. Hopefully your back's not giving you too much trouble. And I hope you enjoy the show when you do get around to watching it. Thank you kindly. Julie says, Cage is dropping. Woohoo. And Peter says, oh, very nice. Tom is the most reliable source in wrestling news. So modest, but so good at it. Thank you, Peter. That's a really nice thing to say. I really do appreciate that. Our poll is currently at 135 votes. 70% of viewers believe that the men's Wargames match will be better than the women's. Jaden says the women open the show. Yep, that's exactly what I was expecting. Hector says, just be glad you have the network still and not the dreaded Peacock. I am. To be clear, I am very, very glad to have the WWE network available. It's a little less reliable than usual today, but it's still a hell of a lot more reliable than I've heard it be told elsewhere. We have ourselves an opening video literally featuring Ozzy Osbourne and some very hairy legs. No, literally featuring Ozzy Osbourne's face. The music has definitely improved under Triple H. I do think these particular teams are of huge benefit to certain people who wouldn't usually get these chances. Mia Yim, for example, wouldn't normally get a chance to be in a War Games match on the main roster. Ridge Holland and Butch I've already mentioned. Huge for them. Solo Sikoa, it's become normal to have him in these huge opportunities. And I cannot wait to see what he does with it, because you know he will. You know he's going to bring it. Solo Sikoa versus Drew McIntyre. Solo Sikoa versus Sheamus. It's going to be rough. It's going to be tough. It's going to be hardcore. And I cannot wait for it. Kieran says, as much as I don't like the Sasha Stanzo crew, I would love Sasha to return just because I love the sound of a huge crowd pop. And it would be a huge crowd pop. There's no debating that one. Stuart says, Ozzy Osbourne in the video. Absolutely. He's recorded it specially. And he does look like he's having a great time. Doesn't get any time with Roman, and that'll be a shame. Yes, Harry, I do think Bray Wyatt will make an appearance of some sort tonight. It's Bray Wyatt. You can just be very confident of it. Nikki Cross as well, I should point out. Pretty big opportunity for her. Also very interesting that Nikki Cross and Rhea Ripley are on the same team. Not something I expected. It's one of those moments, isn't it? Hector says, the Butch gimmick has grown on me, but I wish he could keep his old music for solo matches but keep the Butch name. The name's definitely grown on me in the same way Gunter did. Like, I wasn't expecting Gunter to grow on me, but here we are. Thank you very much for subscribing, King Laporto. We have a lot of kings in the chat at the moment. A lot of kings. Thank you kindly for subscribing. We are continuing to grow at pace, and I very much appreciate each subscription, each like, each chat, all of you chatting away, keeping this show going and growing. Thank you, all of you. Sai says, I say this with love, but this chat is a real insight into what Triple H has created. We've been conditioned to expect big returns, swerves, and turns. Great show incoming, but I don't expect any of them here. That is a very good point, Sai. A very good point and a very fair comment. Triple H has trained us to expect the unexpected, but the problem is when you expect the unexpected, there's always got to be something else. Like, we should be expecting right now that Braun Strowman will win War Games. That's the Triple H way. It's a fair comment. Well, they are already mentioning Supercard. It looks like an NXT arena. It looks like an NXT arena. It really does with the two cages. The double cage. Traffic says, I still think WWE's production is the best out of any sport. There is, just always has been. Completely agree on that one. Jaden, I did read what you said. I don't think anyone here is annoying. I have occasional stresses with certain people. But you all add something to the channel, and I don't want to have to make any changes to what we have here. By and large, you'll always get the time of day from me. Yes, Christina, War Games is starting now. Honestly, if Christina, if you're going to be asking for the time constantly, like, I'd be concerned, and I'm probably not going to be answering you. Kieran says, it's good to see Ozzy healthy again. To be honest, surprised he can even sing still after his lifestyle. His lifestyle really helps his voice, let's be honest. Harry says, do you think AJ Styles beats Finn Balor? Yeah. And Jaden says, do you think we're getting a 2K22 announcement? Probably not. I think the Royal Rumble is more likely for me personally to be the moment. We are heading back to 1987 for the first War Games. We have the rules. 2 teams will be contained in separate cages with 1 member of each team starting the match. After 5 minutes, a member from the advantage team will be released to enter the match. After a 3-minute period, alternating members from each team will enter the cage until all competitors are inside the cage. Once all competitors have entered, War Games officially begins. The only way to win the match is by pinfall and submission. Becky Lynch is the first person out. I expect her to be the last one in the cage. Justin is going Bianca and Nikki to start. I've got to say, there's not much room in those cages. This is very much the man. Shoulder pad or no, which by the way is hiding some protection. This is very much the man returning. Bayley says, Michael Cole explaining the origin of War Games would have never happened before, and you are absolutely correct. Sai says, I feel like Cole hyping up all the huge debuts in Survivor's history isn't going to help expectations tonight. That was certainly a choice. Yep. Triple H is conditioned and he seems pretty happy about it. Harry says, do you think Rey Mysterio might retire soon? Yep. Depends what you mean by soon, though. Soon is a abstract construct. Okay, so Alexa Bliss has clearly been instructed to not have the most reactive face. Interesting seeing her in there with Becky. A lot of people she's feuded with are now in the ring with her. Kieran says, the only thing I want changing about Alexa is her music. That theme is horrible in my opinion. I don't mind it. She loves it. We don't talk enough about what the actual wrestlers want, I feel. And Alexa Bliss is who she is isn't necessarily what she wants, but the music at the very least very much is. Philip, welcome, says Sasha is back. Nope. I'm not going to mess around. Sasha Banks has not appeared on the TV screen. She ain't back. I had no idea who this was going to be, so obviously it's Mia Yim. I should have known. Will we see her announced as Mia Yim? Nope, Michin. She gets mentioned, both of them. Bianca Belair will be opening inside War Games. Not a surprise. I very much expected Bianca to start. That's a logical choice for me. She is, after all, the leader here, and she has to represent the team. Also, she's in a team of 5, and her lyrics literally start, I'm on my own against the world. Doesn't quite fit what they're going for. The cage is already closed and locked, actually more spacious than I expected. I'm thinking Alexa Bliss might be late in. Logically, looking at what I'm seeing, it'll be Asuka, Mia Yim, Alexa Bliss, then Becky Lynch getting in. Bianca definitely taking the leading position. I expect Bayley to be out next because she'll be last out, I would imagine. Just makes the most sense to me. Sai says the cages are cozy, not much room for large people. Thankfully there aren't many, let's be fair. Bianca has herself... Well, Rhea Ripley. Bianca has herself a microphone. So we're getting a confident start from her. Harry says, I heard Ric Flair is returning to WWE soon. You heard that from Ric Flair. He's not coming back. Kieran says, Bianca to start then it seems. It does seem so. Rhea Ripley is not going to be starting. She's on her way out at this point. I still love her theme. Traffic says, the crowd sounds hot tonight. Love it. The crowd was real hot when the cage was first coming down, which I was very excited for. Eric says, why do you think Triple H keeps Ali losing? It's hard to tell. It's very hard to tell at this point. It really is. As regards Bianca, Kieran says, probably one of the few that can go 40 minutes. Nikki Cross is next out. No reaction for her at all. Literally nothing. I do feel Nikki Cross has the opportunity to have the breakout moment in this match. Rhea Ripley just provided a platform for Nikki Cross to climb on the top of the cage. I don't know why. But it's a visual. It's a nice one as well. Rhea Ripley is now doing... Oh my word. The face team all came out, got in the cage. The heel team are using the cage. Damage control now on the way down. I'd imagine all three of them at this point, to be honest. Indeed, all three. All colour-coded. I love it. Eric says, who do you think will be the MVP of Wargames? I think it's going to be Rhea and Sami. Skye looks like she's guaranteed to be the one. And I think Sami Zayn on the men's side. Though I do think Nikki Cross could stand out here. Jimmy says, do you know when the Roman match is? Main event. Main event, Jimmy. It's going to be the main event tonight. And Kieran said she truly is mommy. Of course, Dakota Kai and Skye are the experienced players in this format. Rhea Ripley as well has been in War Games before. Dakota Kai is starting. I did sort of think Rhea Ripley would start. But Dakota Kai is experienced. This is a format that suits her. This is a format that works for her. And I do feel she's going to have good chemistry with Bianca as well. This is an opportunity for Dakota Kai to stand out. And also, I'd imagine once Skye comes in, all hell is going to break loose. So I have no issue giving them a moment. Hector says, Dakota versus Bianca to start. I'm intrigued. Me too. Me too. This is what I'm looking for. This is the War Games I wanted, you know? I haven't got this one at home. Kieran said, Dakota going the full 40 minutes as well. I love that. To be fair, the War Games format is a match which allows you to lay down in the corner for a bit. Sometimes you do need that. Harry says, do you think a massive return will happen at the Royal Rumble? Yes, Cody. Yes, Jimmy, I'm going to be reacting. Going to be watching the matches, reacting to them, and reacting to the chat as well, answering your questions and your comments and analysing what happens during the show. First 30 minutes, Bianca Belair in a good position. An EST chant from the crowd already. I do think Dakota Kai's, I want to say, like the trousers, which aren't necessarily necessary. Like I can see them coming off pretty soon. After that, it's just Dakota's normal ring gear. Well, normal style at least. Yes, Omega, I did spot that. We did have a mention of Tegan Nox. I bet you're melting a little bit. Hey Patrick, how you doing, mate? Hi to you too. Great to see you. Patrick Wendell also says, mentioning Tegan Nox. Tegan Nox is a vital part of Dakota Kai's history and indeed very much the history of War Games as well. It would be criminal not to mention her. Harry says, do you think Asuka turns heel soon? No. I know a lot of people are expecting a heel turn here. I don't see it. I don't see the need for it. A little confusion there as to whether or not Dakota Kai had been whipped into the cage. Ooh. Well done by Bianca there, reading the moment and getting Dakota Kai to land as best she could. That was a dangerous moment. Dakota was dropping far too quickly. Good sell by Bianca Belair with her head against the cage. Kieran says, Dakota turning on Tegan was great, but also sad for me as I liked them both. Venom says, welcome Venom, do you reckon the mention of Tegan is a hint she's coming back? No, I just reckon it's a mention of Tegan. They can mention people who aren't with the company. Eric says, could you see Liv winning the Rumble? That's how we get back to Liv Ronda. No. I think at least until after WrestleMania, Liv is out of the picture now, and that's okay. She's been pushed pretty hard this year. They can afford to wait until sort of middle of next year to start the next one. Two minutes left until our next player comes in. And I do have to say, they've been quite clever about it. It hasn't been slow paced. It has been quite intense. They're not messing around and just trying desperately to conserve energy. They're trying to pop the crowd. They're trying to get the action going. They're showing off at least a little bit of what they're up to. Now, the advantage was won by Rhea Ripley. I would expect Skye to be next into the ring. And Bianca Belair to struggle a little bit. Yeah, I would expect Skye to be next in. And Asuka to be the one in after that. That makes sense for me. Eric says, are there any We Want Sasha chants? Not as of yet. EST chance though. There's definitely EST chance. Maybe Becky's going to turn heel. Did everyone consider that? Harry says, do you think Cody might return before the Royal Rumble? Yes, but not in a wrestling capacity. Dakota Kai just accidentally got whipped with the hair. Bianca clever there, trying to use it as the actual whip afterwards. I love that overhead kick. Captain of team kick after all. Ah, that did not work out for you, did it? Oh! Fall away face first powerbomb. What's not to like? 30 seconds left. Bianca is, of course, in the ascendancy because she's about to get double teamed. The big downside I've always found with Wargames is that format where people come in at different times. So what you're going to get is two people beating on the face. Then even for about three minutes, but it won't be even. The heels are going to be in charge until Becky enters a match. That's just it now. As rough a landing as that was for Dakota, Skye is indeed in next. This will be the moment where it changes. They'll let it be one-on-one for a while, Bianca will be looking good, and then Dakota Kai will get involved. Oh, lovely from Io. The next 3 minutes will just be a beatdown of Bianca Belair. And unfortunately, the next, I'll say the next 21 minutes will be much the same. Harry says, do you think Randy Orton might return soon? Nope. Venom says, Becky only just turned face. Why turn her heel this soon again? Why turn Alexa Bliss heel? Why turn Asuka heel? Why turn anyone heel? Not the greatest Hurricane Runner, but we got there in the end. Bit by bit. Asuka is the one I expect in next to equalise Skye, though of course it will still be heels in the ascendancy. We'll get at least a little bit of Asuka Skye sort of snuck in there as well. Oh, lovely punch by Bianca. She is not allowing herself to be double teamed. Sai says, I'm confused on the psychology of the men's match, having the face team being a man up for large parts of it. It's a fair point. Wargames' advantage suits heels a lot better. I suppose it depends how much damage they can actually do. I'm confident we won't be seeing Roman. I think we'll open with a proper quality wrestling match between Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn. Okay. Skye twice screwed up the attempted move there. Bayley's applauding when she probably should just let that one go. She probably just let that one go. Awkward. Io's hurt her hand. Her left wrist by the look of it. I think that was the issue, the grip. She lost her grip there. Kieran says, I do think Wargames would be better if it was elimination style. I don't disagree. I've not really stopped to consider it, but I don't disagree on that format. But you do have to start when it's 5-on-5. Peter says, some people are saying Randy may retire, depends on his recovery. I haven't heard anything about that, and it certainly doesn't sound like Randy's saying that. Steve's not a fan of Io's outfit, I guess is what he's saying. And Venom says, Becky will be the last in the cage. Yep, wholeheartedly agree. Hector says, seeing Io and Dakota on my screen makes me happy. This time last year, I would have never predicted this to be a reality. Yeah, a lot of us didn't see this one coming. To Judgment Day. Don't know what that would be, but something will definitely happen. 10 seconds until, again, I believe Asuka's ready to go. It will be Asuka. Enters into the match. We still have a double team because Bianca's sort of down at the moment, so it is 2-on-1. It just depends whether or not they can take advantage of it. As I say, I expect the heels to be pretty solidly on top for a while. Oh, lovely. Oh, lovely from Asuka. Beautiful work there. And now Io Skye casually stepping into the ring of Asuka. The WWE are expecting a big reaction from the crowd here. They've been building to this. They're getting a reaction. I don't think it's big enough. Let's see what they can do, I guess. Venom says, I think Roman will be last in the cage too. Again, me too. Kieran says, I thought it was 5 minutes in between entries. 5 minutes for the first section, 3 minutes from then. They're definitely trying to do something here, Io and Asuka, but they're not quite gelling. No, Kieran, that hasn't changed. To my knowledge, that is consistent. Okay, we got some pace going. Dakota Kai is literally just standing on the other side of the ring. So we're getting a one-on-one tease here. I mean, if we're going to get this match, Io versus Asuka, here's your trailer. This is the part where they're trying to convince you of it. Again, Dakota and Bianca just sort of occupying each other to make sure we still get a little bit of one-on-one time. Hector says, did you see any of Io and Asuka's matches in Japan or no? I bet they were great because they're both phenomenal performers. I have not actually seen them. I watched quite a lot of Joshi, but unfortunately missed that one. Bianca is back up. Next in, I would imagine, is Nikki Cross. I certainly think it's possible it'll be Rhea Ripley. Bayley I expect to be last in. But I'll go with Nikki Cross next in. Got a good record so far. The faces at this point showing off the fact that they have not been dominated as of yet. The throw for Dakota Kai, always a good thing. I like that she also landed on her feet. Very safe. Very safe. Next player in comes in 10 seconds. Let's see who it's going to be. They are showing the count. You can tell because the crowd are going for it with the numbers. I always like it when they do that and also hate it. It is Nikki Cross in next. I thought so. Nikki Cross is going for the weapons. Absolutely going for the weapons. Tell me you're going to get more than a kendo stick. She's going to get more than a kendo stick. Someone's got to be the one, you know? Someone's got to be the one who gets the weapons in. Who gets the tables. Kieran says Dakota's been grated against the cage a lot this match. When you've got this format, that's exactly what you should do. Exactly. Harry says, do you think Kevin Owens frog splashes Sami Zayn? Maybe. I don't know. Someone's got to jump off the top, and Kevin Owens is a perfect person. Kieran says, weapons, nice. We want tables, don't we always? Lots of kendo sticks. The we want tables chant is already coming from the crowd. See, here's the thing. There won't be any We Want Sasha chants if they deliver a good match. It's that simple. We've already used a minute of Nikki Cross's time, but she is equalising. The heels are back in positive positions. Asuka's taking a hit, Bianca's taking hits now. Lots of damage to the head. Nikki Cross's character at the moment is pure anarchist. So it's hard to read what she's going to do next after all. Oh, lovely. Lovely. Hector says, Nikki tonight makes me realise how much I didn't see the appeal in Nikki Ash, because this psycho, unhinged personality fits her so much more. Certainly she's making it work. I don't think you're going to do much damage slapping them with a coat, though. I'm not a fan of this version of Nikki Cross. There isn't really a personality to speak of. For me, that's an issue. For other people, not so much. Peter says, it's already a good match, not many botches. Sai says the crowd is bringing it. There's just concentration right now. There's concentration. That's a positive. 20 seconds or so. Mia Yim I expect to be in next. Could be Alexa Bliss to equalise Nikki Cross. That makes sense storyline-wise, but I'm going to go with Mia Yim. Who's stepping into the cage? Who have we got? 5 seconds left. Who have we got? It is Alexa Bliss going for the storyline. On go. He gets tripped up by a wire. So they are playing up to the Alexa Bliss. Oh, lovely dropkick. They are playing up to the Alexa Bliss Nikki Cross storyline, and why not? Alexa Bliss has already taken everyone down. Sai says, I think this version of Nikki Cross and some others depends on you having seen the old NXT version. True, true. Kieran says the evils she gave the cameraman. Very, very quickly fixed, essentially. She had to make it up a little bit as she went along there to make sure she didn't go... Titus O'Neil. We've swapped back over to the faces. Back in good position. Io gets bulldogged. Bianca Belair's up. Nice teamwork for the Hurricane Runner. Maybe should have moved the trash can lid first, though. That's one you got to be careful of. Omega says, what are the odds here that Cody comes out and costs Becky's team, then calls out Gunter for a shot at the IC title? Everything is on the table. Logically, then, Rhea Ripley will be in next. Peter says, nearly a Titus moment. Indeed. But this is what I mean. Credit where it's due. She saw it coming and did not do it. Bianca had to work hard to split that kendo stick. And Nikki Cross is climbing up. Bianca's following her. That leaves an opportunity for Io and Dakota. The heel's heading back into it. But Nikki Cross is up there. She's going to do something. We seem to be grouping everyone together again. I do like Nikki Cross just sat at the top, just happy. She seems very happy. Peter says that cameraman is gone. Andy Barr is here saying hello, Tom. Hello, Andy. How are you? I hope you're having a good time so far. We are grouping everyone up. At some point, Nikki's going to come off. They're ready. Nikki's going to be the first one to fly. They put a platform there for people to stand on. Ooh. I think Bianca got a knee in the face there. She's checking on Asuka. I think everyone seems okay. Let me just get... Are you going to do a slow motion? No, the knee was dodged, but Bianca was hit hard. Bianca took the brunt of it, but she didn't get the knee to the face that I thought. So Rhea Ripley now. Brutality gets involved. We're half an hour into the match, and it has flown. Oh. Okay. Bayley's coming down. Interesting. We have ladders, and a big one at that. This suggests to me we might be moving towards Becky Lynch versus Rhea Ripley, if they're going to be the last ones in. There was a tease of that on SmackDown. Kieran says, Rhea getting the least time, that sucks. Disagree. It means she's going to come in a house of fire. She's going to come in as a hot tag. She's going to come in looking for war. I'll certainly take that. It really does fit her character. We have another ladder. How are they going to use the ladders? Sai says, I detect the start of a Rhea build. Yep, me too. Bayley coming in now changes everything. It really does suggest that Rhea Ripley's about to get a lot of attention. Let's not forget, we are still expecting Finn Balor versus AJ Styles with Rhea Ripley and Mia Yim at ringside. It does mean that once Mia Yim gets involved, Rhea Ripley's up next. Bayley looks tired already. She didn't look particularly happy at that point. Traffic says, just the perfect way to start this show. I agree. It's been a really good match so far. Harry says, maybe they're saving Rhea Ripley to the end. Maybe Asuka climbs up the ladder. I think Io's more likely to climb up the ladder. But we have a table involved now. Which means Bayley got a pop. Patrick says, crowd losing their minds over the tables. Well, if she's going to be a heel, that's not quite what Bayley's looking for. Bianca Belair takes her first hit. The heels are in a good spot. Nikki Cross still on her feet. Dakota Kai supporting Bayley as well. Hector says this was a perfect way to start the show. So much chaos and carnage, and the crowd is so hot. I did expect this match to be the one with more weaponry, and this match to be the more chaotic. Oh. Interesting. Quite creative here. What I will say is that Kevin Owens likes building things. So we're likely to see him, building things at some point soon. Justin says Alexa holding her knee a lot after Cross jumped off the cage, hoping she's okay. I didn't see her react to it per se, with the initial landing. She just went flat, which is the Alexa sell. Nikki Cross has Bianca by the hair. In control there. Peter says the ladders are heavy. Poor Bayley. Poor Bayley. Alexa again holding her knee. You've made me pay attention to that. I don't know why she was holding her knee there, because she just got splashed. Her knee didn't get impacted, so it probably a sell. A lot of teamwork going on right now, and quite clever. Damage control really showing what they can do. Is Mia Yim the one to switch things around here? Also, I think we can safely say that Alexa Bliss is not turning heel. It is Mia Yim, as expected. Becky definitely comes in last. More weaponry already. She's bringing a bin. She's bringing bins. And everyone's letting that happen. Oh, you missed. You missed again. Bayley's really enjoying watching her screw up those trash cans. Corey Gray is putting it right there. This is a moment when we need to establish Mia Yim. We need to be able to, at the end of this match, say, this is Mia Yim. This is what we should expect from her going forwards. She needs to show out here. Okay, trash can into Kai. I like it. Mia Yim's taken on everyone. It makes sense in the context of Wargames that everyone's going to be a little more tired. So it's fitting that someone comes in and just beats up everyone. Like, there are times when that's wrong. The Royal Rumble, for example. But Dakota Kai, for example, is just taking a sustained beating here. Hector says Triple H may not have been hitting HR lately when it comes to the booking on weekly programming. I don't know what you mean by HRS. But what I do know is he definitely has a way of booking pay-per-views. I wholeheartedly agree on that one. And this is certainly working. His production work seems to be an incredible improvement. Omega says, seeing Mia makes me so happy. A huge opportunity for her to really cement herself and her role on the WWE Raw Women's Division. Sai says, Alexa didn't get a lot of contact from Nikki's dive, but she sure took an awkward landing. Cool, alright. Obviously not cool, but I appreciate that you guys are looking out for the same things I'm looking out for. Bayley just took a table to the chin. Kieran says, I still remember that Mia Yim ladder bump in NXT. That was brutal. And Harry says, are you glad Becky Lynch is back, Tom? I am. I'm a pretty big fan. Home runs. I don't understand why you both said home runs. Did I say something wrong? Hector and Omega both saying home runs, and I don't understand what I've said. Did I say something wrong? Help me out, guys. Help me out. We've got 4-on-4 paired up 1-on-1. Asuka and Io once again, actually. I do feel that's worth paying attention to. Bayley and Bianca have been paired up completely. Right. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. I'm not familiar with the vernacular. I'm going to play the British card one more time. Sorry, guys. The table is still in play as well. I like that everyone's spread out. It's not often you see them spread out like this. Under Vince McMahon, you'd only ever get one period of action and then everyone else resting. We don't have that right now. And I've got to say, Dakota Kai is probably exhausted already. I say already, she's been in the match for half an hour. I feel like it's definitely been more than 3 minutes. You guys have to move the trash can lids. Superplex from Alexa Bliss on the Nikki Cross as well. Alexa Bliss is looking beat up. I love the Skye cam. I've always loved the Spy cam. Rhea Ripley is next in the match. Carnage is already in. She's ready to brutalize everybody. This is a huge opportunity for her. Alexa Bliss is lining up first. That's a bad move. We all know that. Never line up first. Oh, what a dropkick. Never line up first. Just don't. Rhea Ripley, of course, has basically won a Wargames on her own against a team of 4. Venom says, I don't see Roman waiting in the shark cage. He'll go in last, but I see him making his entrance to go in last. Fair spot. I mean, that's not a bad shout there, Venom. I'd imagine he'll go in, but it doesn't quite fit the character. Traffic says, Tom's all like, what does human resources got to do with this? I was confused. I can't hide it. I was confused. Alexa Bliss making a choice there. Oh. I continue to be very impressed by the core work of Alexa Bliss, but I shouldn't be. This is what she does. Harry says, are the fans shouting this is awesome? Not that I've heard. Justin says, did you like the World War III concept in WCW? I'm not really familiar with it. I haven't watched a lot of WCW. Kieran says, it's a good thing those bin lids and bins are really thin metal. Yes, it is. And Hector just says, as Rhea comes in, Mommy incoming. We have a Becky chant. So far as I say, no comment towards Sasha. Nikki Cross is back on top of the ropes. The heels are just in strong position now. Rhea Ripley going for that submission of hers, which is just beautiful work overall. As weird as this will sound, because Nikki Cross is ultimately insane, tactically, she's in the right spot right now. I'm not sure what Skye's doing, but I'm sure it's about to land right in Asuka's face. Ooh, I like that. Oh, I like that. But yeah, Nikki Cross essentially is a meerkat. Just meerkatting right now. Maintaining control for everyone. Yes, Peter, Nia Jax was released, so she was fired. Quite a while ago. Traffic says, good as there shouldn't be, these women deserve all the attention right now, not the ones who aren't there. Got it, yeah, good. As there shouldn't be, these women deserve all the attention right now, not the ones who aren't there. I agree. Mia Yim has got back to her feet. Ah, yes, Justin, I remember what you're saying now. Harry says maybe Asuka will hit someone with a poison mist. Certainly a possibility. I expect we're only going to have maybe at most 10 more minutes of the match. Becky Lynch I can't see being involved for that long. She is still wearing some quite considerable padding on her arm. That is a very, very gentle hit by Io Skye there. Hector says, I'm not sure if you know this reference, but Dakota Kai's gear is giving me Christina Aguilera vibes from the music video for the song Dirty. I do know the reference, and you're right. Becky Lynch is on her way in. She's not got perfect freedom of movement. The bell has officially rung. And it's Becky against everyone. Literally against everyone. Let's go Ninja Warrior style. Omega says, my new boss is from England. He said Chelsea FC are the GOATs. Is this true? No. They spend a lot of money though. Spend a lot of money. Debatable, Peter. I can say, like, with confidence, she's hiding padding. Dakota Kai are very good at knowing when to lift up a trash can lid. The trash can lid's not really working out for them at this point in time. Bayley is keeping out of it for the moment. Rhea Ripley as well. No one yet is really standing out, though I will say Dakota is impressing. Primarily because of the beating she's taken. Nikki Cross coming off the top has been very good as well. So that's one standout moment, but no one in particular is standing out. Okay, we're seeing hits to the head. Not often we see hits to the head. Io Skye has a trash can lid on her face. We all know what happens when Io Skye's trash can lid's on her face. Harry says, who do you think WWE will induct in the Hall of Fame? Potentially Vince McMahon. And Venom said, is Becky still injured? She is cleared to return to action, but she is wearing some padding. Hector says, do you expect any ring rust for Becky considering how long it's been since she's had actual in-ring action? No, because this format protects her. It's not like she's chain wrestling right now. She's got eyes for Bayley. I'd expect something else to keep them apart. Rhea, for example. I would expect something to keep these two apart a little longer. If we're going to get an actual bit of wrestling here, it'll only be brief. Also, I've got to say, someone's going through that table. But yeah, the format protects Becky in a lot of different ways. You don't need to overwork it. Stuart says, EO always in the bin. You'd think when people say, like, oh, this person needs to get in the bin, it's usually a negative. But with EO Skye, it means she's about to do something crazy and fun. Rhea Ripley has gotten in the way of Becky Lynch and Bayley. I can see this being a Royal Rumble moment. I still see Becky and Bayley being where they're headed, but Rhea Ripley getting in the way for a moment could be a very good thing. Went for the finish, didn't get it, but gives Bayley an opportunity. It's kind of what it was. Ripley went for the cover and I can't be convinced on it. Kieran says, you're definitely protecting it though and playing it safe, and so she should. They'll all be working to protect her. Peter says, is there a brave cameraman in there? Is he the one who nearly tripped Alexa? Hopefully not. Don't be that guy, you know? And yes, there is. The cameraman is between the rings. Clever. Ross says, was World War III WCW kind of similar look at the Royal Rumble with 60 and a couple of rings? Never watched, might have a look back at some point. I do believe Kevin Nash won one of those at one point. We do have Poison Mist. Rhea Ripley blind. Lovely DDT. But as long as that table is there, we're not done yet. So I says, God bless Twitter, they're crapping on the match. It's why I appreciate the coverage and community here. We're neutral here. We don't automatically hate things. We've had about a half hour and not a single attempt at a pinfall, and I've only just realised it. Something is happening in the rest of the ring, well, the other ring. But Bayley-Becky is where they're very much focused. And so they should. Harry says, do you think Becky will lock someone, hit the disarm and manhandle slam? I think Becky will hit some of her big moves, yes. Stuart says, Twitter is a hold of worth dealing with. I'm not sure what you're trying to say there, Stuart. Kieran says, being a cameraman will be a dream for WWE, being paid to have the best seat in the house. Yeah, but you'd have Kevin Dunn in your ear the entire time. I wouldn't be the biggest fan of it, personally. Bayley hits her finisher in between the rings. Asuka saves her. That would have been it. That would definitely have been it. We're getting to the point where we have some potential pinfalls. We're being teased. Io Skye's climbing up to the top. We're going to get some stunts. Hello again, Andy, and thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm glad everyone's having fun. We're about to get a Tower of Doom. You can see it coming. Oh, that sounded lovely. As ridiculous as the whole trash can lids are, they sound amazing. We haven't seen a lot of Bianca Belair for a little while. She's resting up just underneath the table while we set up our Tower of Doom. This is going to be a big Tower of Doom. We have 3 on... Oh, here comes Bianca Belair. She's going to be the one doing the actual tower. Oh, no. Nikki Cross. There's just a lot happening right now. It's hard to keep track of. But the heels are still just about where they need to be. Gotcha, Stuart. And that's fair. I'd expect that net breaker puts Alexa Bliss out for a while. Bianca is getting back into it with Bayley. Harry says, do you think Shane McMahon might return soon? No. And Kieran says, here comes the Tower of Doom that's in every multi-person match. See, you say that, but it didn't actually end up happening. Instead, Io Skye has found her way to the top, and people are lining up to catch. Oh, she's going to moonsault. She's not even going to look. She's not even going to look. And you know what? She's caught beautifully, but Bianca's hurt. Bianca's hurt. Like, Bianca's genuinely hurt. That's bad. Something with her left shin, I think it was. But that was genuine pain. Bianca's hurt. Let's get a replay. I need to see this replay and see what happens. Oh, it got bent backwards. It got bent backwards. So, okay, I think she's recovering. Alexa and Nikki getting back involved. Hector says, I know Kevin Dunn is still with the WWE, but I feel like under Triple H the camera cuts have been less prevalent, and I'm glad, because I don't feel like getting motion sickness from 1,000 camera cuts in a Wargames match. Fair. Kevin Dunn is taking instruction from, well, to be fair, from Nick Khan, as much as anything. We have handcuffs. This is, of course, building towards what looks like it's going to be our secondary championship feud for the women. I am waiting for the Alexa Bliss versus Nikki Cross match, and this is why I don't expect a heel turn for Alexa Bliss. The match hasn't happened yet. Where are you taking her? Like, how far are you planning to go here? Oh, the cameraman's in action. He doesn't want to be, but he is. Is she? I think she's just cuffing them together. It took a long time to get there, but they just cuffed them together. Am I seeing a strap match in the future? Oh, God. So what? You're just going to whip her off the top? I don't know where they're going with this. Oh, yeah, you're not wrong there, Kieran. Yeah, the ref needed to give her a bit of a guide there. Bianca's discussing something with Becky. I think she's calling the audible. I think she's telling Becky to take her spot. Stuart says, there it is, Io flies. Traffic says, Jesus, the trust you got to have for Bianca and Mia to just do a backflip off the top without looking. To be fair, that's Io. Peter says, that's going to hurt in the morning. Skye says, unusual for them to tease a Tower of Doom and then not do it, but I'm relieved. Kieran accurately saying Alexa took all the trash can, and Skye saying, nice twist on the cuffs. We're just about to moan about lazy tropes in wrestling. We got tease a Tower of Doom, didn't happen. We then have this with the handcuffs. We're getting a few surprises. We haven't really seen the... I was about to say we haven't seen much with the ladders, and then that happens. Rhea doesn't seem too happy at the moment. Again, you can see Bianca and Becky having a conversation. I think the audible is being called. Bianca doesn't seem to be having as much issue as she did, so maybe it isn't as bad as I thought it was. But she's given Becky instruction here. Hector says, not going to lie, I'm loving these overhead camera shots. Makes the carnage that much more surreal. We have returned to the moment that we had at SummerSlam. Becky Lynch and Bianca Belair side by side against Damage Control. We're not even. We're not even close to even. Interesting how they've paired off. Bayley is still going for Bianca Belair. Oh, Kieran's stream has crashed. Sorry to hear that. Hopefully not going to be an issue. We have that moment that we were expecting between Becky and Bayley, but it's going to be brief. Io Skye involved instead. It is literal teamwork between Bianca and Becky. They've been building to this for a while. Bianca's fine. It was either a really good sell or it just wasn't as bad as she thought it was initially. Becky Lynch talking to the fans. Got caught on her elbow as well. Who's going on the table? She said both. She wants both Io and Dakota? Becky? Becky? What are you doing, mate? What are you doing? Bianca is stopping Bayley from following. I don't think that KOD really worked. That was just knee first. Becky, this is going to be a leg drop. That's what she does. It was a butt drop. That's going to be it. Becky Lynch pins Dakota Kai. Damage Control lose. Becky Lynch and Bianca Belair are the ones standing supreme. The story is Becky Lynch returns and conquers. And yeah, Damage Control. Not in the best position anymore. Gotcha, Kieran. Sai says, I really thought Bianca had rolled her ankle. She seems fine. Same. Kieran says, surprised Becky is going up. Me too. She took a risk there, but she landed it. I gotta respect that Becky went for a handshake from Asuka, and Asuka was like, no, we hug. That's what we do. I don't know if Bianca's actually okay. But the faces have their arms raised. Alexa is casting side eyes. Moxie says they might as well. Jermaine says, I hate this finish. Should have just let Bayley's team win the match. I mean, come on. I would have rather the heels win, but we are where we are on that one. Moxie wants to scrap Damage Control. Harry's happy that Team Bianca are winning. Kieran says the match was awesome. It absolutely was. Great fun start to finish. Jermaine said it's not hard to give Damage Control a big victory here when they made more sense. Sai says Alexa looks close to tears. She's clearly not 100%. She did take a bit of a battering in that one. Patrick is happy for Mia Yim. Certainly her return has been very well received so far, and she's been very well involved. Kieran says Damage Control are taking a lot of losses. They are. Moxie says, but it was a fantastic match. And it was, and I think that's very, very fair. No heel turns, no returns, no debuts. Moxie says it was a fantastic match. Venom says, Tom, do you think Roman will spear Jay still? Yes. If so, isn't that going to screw his team's chance of winning? I think he'll do that after the match. I think after the match we'll see the spear. Peter says Alexa didn't look happy. We're hearing that a lot. We're hearing it so much that it's getting referenced on WWE TV. I don't entirely believe it. course, now that the women's Wargames match is finished, I'm ending our poll. The poll was, which Wargames match will be better, the men's or the women's? After 202 votes, the men's Wargame match wins with 71%. 71%. Let's start ourselves a new poll as soon as I know what match is next for who's going to win it. I forgot that they do this because of Peacock. We're getting a high package for Brock Lesnar. Been a while. Omega, absolutely right, no Cody. And we all expected Cody. Like, we all knew that was coming. Hector says, how do you get Bayley back in the championship picture before Mania with Damage Control not looking great these days? I don't know if you can. I think, unfortunately, the moment may have passed. The other alternative, of course, is that Bayley blames Dakota, Kai, Neo, Skye, kicks them both out, and then starts to actually win matches, but I don't see it. No, Bayley, they will pick one ring, and that ring will be the one that the next match is in. Then the match after that, they'll pick the other ring, and then they'll go back to the first ring again, and then they'll have the other War Games match. Harry says, what's the next match? Good question. Venom says, I thought the women's match was good. I don't think Seth should lose the belt. It's too soon. He only just won it. He did. Very true. Jaden says, I really thought Damage Control would finally win something, but no. I guess, where are they going with Damage Control? There's no direction. They only lose. Under Triple H, big names will be losing more matches. Harry says, maybe Bayley might turn face. I don't see it. There's more than enough faces in the Raw divisions already. Kieran says, if only one ring is being used, does that mean if you're in the other ring, the ref starts counting him out? Good question. I expect that might play into some of the finishes. Justin still thinks Alexa is turning soon. Patrick says, maybe we get Becky versus Rhea for the title at Mania now. Well, one of them's going to have to win it then. Rhea taking it from Bianca just for Bianca to lose it to Becky? I don't necessarily see it. We're getting a bit of hype for Brock versus Bobby right now. Considering the report from Zero News that Brock would be facing Gunter, I don't see it. Venom says, do you think Sasha will return as a face if she returns? I would need to know if she's returning before I can say whether she's going to be a face or a heel. Jermaine says, this is why I didn't want Becky Lynch in that match, because she can't lose her first match back. It just automatically destroys Damage Control's momentum or lack thereof. Sai says, hyped for your Vince video. Enjoy your investigative reports, and that's going to get you some serious traffic. I really do believe so. It's about a half hour long, and it's really jam-packed with stuff. Real jam-packed. A lot about the connections between Vince McMahon and Donald Trump, for example. A lot about the hush money payments and certain things that Vince McMahon has been doing backstage that are not discussed enough. Mahesh says, the women did it. Excellent match. I feel it. War Games. Venom says there's no point keeping Charlotte heel when she returns. Disagree, because the fans are going to boo her regardless. They will absolutely just boo her regardless of the persuasion. And Hector says, with that result, my pick for the Women's Royal Rumble is Rhea. Take it to the bank, Tom. Bianca versus Rhea would be a great WrestleMania match. Absolutely. We're getting another SmackDown recap. Sai, you shut your mouth. How dare you? Harry says, do you think Dominic Mysterio might attack AJ Styles during the match? I think they all will. I think Judgment Day will interfere in everything they possibly can. That seems guaranteed. Venom says, do you think Roman will spear Sami? Nope. I think Sami comes out of this one smelling the roses. I think Jay takes the blame on this one. We are backstage with Roman Reigns. Jay fairly referring to him as Big Oos. Jay's got something to say. Either Jay or Sami, they're going today. They're in trouble. And I don't think it's Sami. Not yet. Harry? No. Peter says, Big Show against Mark Henry, WTF. What, is that happening in AEW? I don't understand. I don't understand your reference. It's very clear right now that Roman does not trust Jay. It is very clear. This is starting to feel a bit more like a normal SmackDown. Roman's going to go to Sami. This could end badly. Sai says they're ready to pull a trigger on this and pick up the speed on the Bloodline slow burn. They are, and it's very clear something big is about to happen tonight for the Bloodline. And it's going to have to be big because Roman, we're probably not going to see him again until January. Where's Paul Heyman's allegiance lie? Go get Sami. Get me Sami. I think Sami's going to lie. But I think Roman's going to side with him anyway. Connecting People Through Wrestling says, Aloha from Fallbrook, California. Welcome, Connecting People. Look at you here, Connecting People. How you doing? Are you enjoying the show so far? Sai says, do you know if Heyman has a hand in any of the creative currently, Tom? Not directly, but he does make suggestions. Kevin says, I'm going to be honest. Wrong ending, Damage Control really need momentum right now. Oh, I'm going to be honest. Wrong ending, Damage Control really need momentum right now. I agree with you. I would have thought the heel team would win. But we are where we are on that one. The moment did not happen. Mahesh says, since they are cousins/brothers, they need to trust each other. Yeah, but this entire Bloodline storyline started because of a feud between the two. We can't forget that. Right. Let's see what we can do to try and generate extra traffic, shall we? I don't think it's going to take a lot of work. Up next is AJ Styles versus Finn Balor. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to pop onto Twitter and share the link for the watch party one more time. See if I can find the right one to do it for. Peter says, my network went crazy. I was watching Big Show versus Mark Henry. Wow. Wow, okay. Interesting. Jaden says, it still was a great match, though I really enjoyed it. Venom says, makes no sense. Roman Spears, Jay Bloodline will eventually turn on Sami. Why not tonight? You just said eventually, so there's your answer. Harry says, do you think Sami might get stunned by KO? One wrestler may use his finisher on another wrestler. That is very true. So we're getting our hype package for AJ versus Finn Balor. I still can't quite believe the reaction. I think Jay will be the one paying the piper this time. And a link right there. Hector says, regardless of how this match goes, I think it'll be too sweet for sure. Too sweet. Fair enough, Peter. I'll see you shortly. Sai says a lot for this show that AJ and Finn Balor is a potential sleeper. It really is. You really can't miss when it comes to that. Moxie thinks Jay is definitely getting speared, and Venom says AJ versus Finn is difficult because Finn needs the win to be built up more, but it's been too long since AJ has won a pay-per-view match. He hasn't had many pay-per-view matches recently. I do think that needs pointing out. Let's get our poll going. Winner of the Bullet Club Leader match. I pressed the wrong button. AJ Styles, Finn Balor. Your poll is now live. Get your votes in as to who is going to win, AJ Styles or Finn Balor. Andy Barr says, I love the long-term booking by Triple H. Judgment Day have been heavily involved in everything. Heavily involved in everything. They've not been winning. Neither have Damage Control. In fact, in many ways, neither have Fight Night. There's a lot of three-person teams under Triple H that are not quite hitting the heights. They're not picking up the wins. They're not doing as best they can. That said, I do like the Judgment Day entrance. Will we see Rhea Ripley Mia Yim here? If so, will Rhea Ripley's face still be blue? Dominic Mysterio still doesn't quite look like he belongs. I don't believe we're going to see Rhea. Or Mia. Finn Balor is wearing a stone? He's wearing a rock on his face. Moxley says the last time AJ won a match was last year's Money in the Bank. Again, he hasn't had many matches on pay-per-views. Stuart says, still like this version of Finn's music? Me too. I liked how methodical it is. I also really like Damian Priest's facial hair. Harry says, do you think Hit Row might appear tonight? No. Absolutely no need for that to happen. I don't see that one. He had to take 2 attempts to take the helmet off. That's concerning. Kieran says, I completely forgot to ask this when it was announced. What do you think WWE letting Nakamura wrestle Muta in Japan, and they've also referenced New Japan at Crown Jewel, do you think this means anything more? No. Because Nakamura is not wrestling Muta in New Japan. I don't think there's anything particularly stringent happening there. Sasha and Naomi are still trending on Twitter. Let's have a look and see what people are saying. Latest tweets. Just a lot of people saying they miss them. Or that they give up. Just a lot of giving up. Oh. People really hating on that Wargames match because Sasha wasn't in it. That's basically... Yeah, I'm not going to follow that anymore. That's just a bit mean. Just a bit mean. So 1 hour and 7 minutes in, we're getting on to our second match, which will be AJ Styles versus Finn Balor. It is basically one Bullet Club leader versus the second. We have a poll live, 17 votes at the moment, and AJ Styles is in the lead to pick up the win with 71%. I personally have Finn Balor for this one. Venom says, hope this is a good 20-minute match. I expect so, though I also expect that the next 3 matches are going to all be fit very neatly into a 1-hour segment. But you never know, this show might go more than 3 hours, and I might be going to bed at like 6 in the morning. Stranger things have happened. Jermaine says, I still feel that Judgment Day needs one more member. Hey Tom, if you could put one more wrestler in Judgment Day, who would it be? Dominik Dijakovic. 100%. Interesting. AJ Styles is wearing a Bullet Club mask. Not often he represents. I will take that. That is interesting. I don't think he could breathe because he took a real big deep breath afterwards. Harry says, do you think 2K might put Cody as cover of 2K23? It's not necessarily just up to them. I do think Roman's going to be on there, but Cody's a good shout. Certainly would mean an angry Seth Rollins, though. Mike Bolin, welcome. Mike says, do you think the Bloodline turns on one of their own tonight? Yes, I do. I very much do. Mash says, it's too difficult to create a serious face like that without even laughing. Jordan says, still not sure if Drew... Do you mean Drew McIntyre? I can't see Drew McIntyre as part of Judgment Day, personally. Oh, Dominic Mysterio. Gotcha. Kieran says, he is next year in January. He's wrestling Muta the Pro Wrestling Noah promotion. Yes, which is not New Japan. New Japan and Pro Wrestling Noah are 2 completely different companies. Venom says, second Sasha comes back, ratings will go right up. The amount of people that are begging for her to come back. You say that. I don't think there'll be much change at all, to be honest. The amount of people who've told me they won't watch because Sasha, but they still actually know all the storylines. Keen World Peace, welcome. Pointing out AJ with the mask. And the scripts needs to take one of these masks. Welcome, Keem, how you doing? And he says, I think Triple H lets Nakamura wrestle Muta as a favour to Nakamura. Yeah. Yeah. That's exactly what it is. SBM is saying this match is gonna be fire. Sai says, fun fact, I did the Spurs Stadium tour last month and one of the framed photos outside the home dressing room is Finn Balor with Ledley King. Interesting. Interesting. Should have got a picture of that one. Peter says, back. Match not even started. Good. Mike says, do you think we see any surprise returns tonight or does he save that for Monday? Well, don't be surprised if I told you. Would you? Venom says, who do you see winning the US title match? I see Seth retaining. And Jermaine says, great. One time, Tom, I was thinking the same wrestler to join Judgment Day 2. There are some good choices. There really are. Dominic Dijakovic for me all day. Bayley says, lesson from Twitter. The crew is never satisfied even if Sasha isn't even in a match. I have spotted that. The crew are proper militant. Like, it's a problem. I've seen them descend and attack people for liking other wrestlers. It's a real problem. These are, of course, the same people who laid into Sasha for not signing autographs in an airport at 2 a.m. when they stalked her. Like, I don't get why anybody would want to call themselves crew. Hector says, I think it's safe to say that AJ might be the best signing from a different company for WWE. He's been as advertised and more glad they eventually signed him when they did. To my knowledge, he was a free agent when they signed him, but they knew what they were doing. He did come directly from New Japan at the time. Though I do think he became available because of issues at Impact more than that. Mike, thank you kindly for subscribing to the channel as well. Apologies, I've only just spotted that you did. Thank you kindly for joining us here on the Tom Colohue channels. For those who have subscribed by the by, what we do here is primarily news and watch parties. We will be having Spoiler Warning, which is our news show, 10 p.m. UK time, 5 p.m. Eastern time on Mondays and Fridays. We have a SmackDown watch party on Fridays, which starts at the beginning of SmackDown. We have our pay-per-view shows, such as this one right here. And we also have a bit more. We have breaking news via shorts. And on Wednesday, we've got a pretty big video coming about exactly what happened with Vince McMahon. We've really broken into a hell of a lot of information, which you may not already be aware of as regards what happened to see Vince McMahon out of the door. So be sure to check that out. Harry says, do you think Uncle Howdy is Bray Wyatt or someone else? At the moment, Uncle Howdy is being played by Bray Wyatt. This isn't debatable. That's exactly what is happening. We have an AJ Styles chant. I didn't hear any We Want Sasha chants. Sai says, there's a kid in the crowd facing the hard camera looks like Alan Partridge and I can't stop looking at him. That's on you. Now I'm going to look and I hate you for that. Venom says, AJ or Finn? There's a poll right there. You can place your votes. We've had 21 votes so far, which is interesting considering we've got 32 people in the room right now. SBM says, it was a butterfly in Nikki Cross's outfit, the Bray butterfly symbol. Nope, it's the same symbol she had when she was Nikki ASH. Traffic says, I feel like AJ would have stuck with Impact if they had respected him, didn't try to lowball him, but I'm glad I got to see him in WWE and as champ. I feel he would have as well, but thankfully, for WWE fans, that is not what happened. Traffic quite rightly saying, the face who runs the place. The champ that runs the camp as well. Peach says, I'm going to moan adverts. I know they help you, Tom. I'm not sure what you mean there, Peter, but if you're watching ads, I appreciate that. As strange as it sounds, as you all know, my income from YouTube is primarily donations, memberships, and ad revenue. So if you refresh the page, you get a new ad. I can at any point click a button and put an ad into the show. I'm not really a big fan of doing so, though. So if anyone does want to support the channel, one of the easiest ways to do so, give it just one more second before you hit skip. Just give it one more second. It really does make a big difference. Jermaine says, I have only one problem with the women's Wargames match, and that was the heels not winning. Has nothing to do with Sasha and Naomi not being in the match. Thomas says, if you could sign 6 wrestlers from both AEW and New Japan, who would they be? Jay White, Jon Moxley, Jade Cargill, Shingo Takagi, Kazuchika Okada, MJF. Of course it's MJF. John says, I just saw the kid, now I can't stop watching him. Great, it's spreading. Ross says, went on to WWE Euroshop as I wanted an honorary Oos t-shirt, but it's so popular it's sold out. Those ones have actually been flying. Sami Zayn might be about to become the biggest merch seller that they have. Andy says, who needs a win more, Finn or AJ? Neither of them are in exactly in a winning streak at this point, let's be honest. SBM says, I'm guessing Bayley will go after Becky for costing them the win. I don't think Becky's necessarily cost them, but I do think Becky and Bayley have some have a future together, let's say that. Jermaine says, anyone who hated that women's Wargames match just because Sasha and Naomi were not in the match is just wrong. Those women work hard as hell to put on a good match. Absolutely, pardon me, wholeheartedly agree, Jermaine. And Hector says, it's crazy that at the ripe age of 41 that Finn has a six-pack from the gods, if you will. I need to hire his trainer. I cannot argue with that. I am very jealous and very, very envious of all of that. Just all of it. Just all of it. Oh, wow. Hello. Skye. Wow. Okay. Skye, massive thank you for a substantial donation, sir. Thank you very kindly. I do need to now do some math. I'm going to pull my my calculator and work out how many seconds that is. Okay, so it's 16 minutes and 40 seconds. 16 minutes and 40 seconds. Okay, I did say you will get Red Panda. So 16 minutes. The 40 seconds are there. 33. The match will be over before it's even finished. Thank you kindly, Kieran, for the math as well. Even though it's not quite accurate. But I do want to say immediately, Skye, huge thank you. I really do appreciate that. Those donations make a huge impact. They keep my house warm. They keep us growing. They could potentially give us some marketing if we need it. If, for example, I could use that to help market the Vince McMahon video and help publicize it and potentially help it grow. And even just doing that in this channel right now, you'll see an increase in viewership for it. So huge thank you for such a generous donation, Skye. The fact that you are constantly donating your time to this channel is absolutely incredible. I'm not sure I deserve you, but I'm not going to complain. I'm just going to say a massive thank you for the continued support. Thank you. Harry says, do you think Sting might retire soon because he's getting older? Yes, I do. Thomas says, if Thunder Rosa relinquishing the title, what do you see her doing now? Popping up in WWE. Kieran pointing out Finn Balor doesn't eat a single carb. He wouldn't even eat that donut that Jon Moxley gave him. Peter says, nice one, Skye. Kieran getting a bit confused as well. And Skye says, you really don't need to wear the Red Panda outfit just for me. And that's a sentence I never thought I'd say. No, I do. I made a promise. I made a commitment. Every cent of donation, every single cent, will immediately go into seconds of Red Panda. I committed, and we are getting ourselves Red Panda. The club and Judgment Day have essentially been sent off to go to war in the crowd. Mahesh says they're smashing Dom. Dom is getting a smashing. Absolutely. It used to be just Vince McMahon, not Vince. No, completely the wrong person. Freudian slip. It used to be just Roman Reigns who did the smashing. Not so anymore. We are now 1-on-1 AJ Styles and Finn Balor. Suggests that AJ Styles will be picking up the win as 81% of our votes lean. Certainly we could see Rhea, Ripley and Miriam involved at this point. There is still a possibility there. As we know, everything is on the table. Finn Balor being the heel, I just don't see him winning clean. I just don't see it happening. Doesn't make sense for me personally. If you are just joining us, we will be watching the entirety of WWE Survivor Series. We're currently watching AJ Styles versus Finn Balor. We still have a triple threat between Seth Rollins, Austin Theory and Bobby Lashley for the United States Championship. We have Ronda Rousey versus Shotzi for the SmackDown Women's Championship. And of course we have our main event, the Men's Wargames match. We had a vote earlier to see who thought what match would be better. The Men's Wargames match did win 71% to 29%. That said, I feel the Women's Wargames match was still pretty good. Traffic says Rhea Ripley's got to wash that stuff off of her face. I mean, she's probably blind at this point. That was straight to the throat. Jimmy hopes Bloodline wins. I do suspect that they will, but to be fair, I've been wrong before. See earlier. I've definitely been wrong before on that one. That was straight in the throat. Hector says Gallows went to Strowman's tailor and said, let me get those red pants for the OC version. It's just a little bit too similar, isn't it? A little bit too similar. I will never believe you on that one, Mahesh. I will always believe that Roman is Smasher Supreme. Jimmy says the Brawling Brutes have a good team. They do, but they're not the Bloodline. They're not the Bloodline. That's the big difference for me. Finn is in the ascendancy at the moment. This match has not really picked up the tempo that I was expecting. Though I will say, we've just hit 60 likes on this video. If you've not yet done so, please remember to hit that thumbs up and subscribe if you haven't as well. We've gained quite a few. And when it comes to the subscriber, let's see how much we've actually got. We have at this point gained 18 new subscribers so far in 2 hours. Pretty good. Well, 2.5 hours, I should say. Which has made me a very, very happy man. Thank you kindly, everyone, for your continued support for the channel. Finn Balor is very red on his back. Like that is a hit that he has taken there. The video has already had 2,618 views. Those 2,618 views have all had an ad. So Tom Colohue in tonight. And yes, please forgive the Red Panda. I've got another 10 minutes of it. Finn Balor is going for the Styles Clash. AJ, as you might expect, knows how to block it. Tried to turn it into the calf crusher, did not quite succeed. Stuart Ridley saying Finn is looking sore there. I wouldn't want to be Finn Balor with the way that back is looking. We are trading Pele kicks. That's where we are now. We're trading Pele kicks. Jimmy says if Brawling Brutes win, it's because of Sami or Jay. Yeah, absolutely. That is spot on. But I do think we are starting the build towards a tag team of Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens taking on the Usos for the tag team championships. I was talking about this a while back when I first reported that Kevin Owens was going face. I reported that the day he returned to WWE Raw after a while as a heel. This match is going longer than I expected. I am in no way complaining about that. The cameras are way too close. Like way too close. It's making it very difficult for them to call the match in the ring, which is how Triple H usually likes it. The cameraman in between the rings is not having the greatest day. I do like the fact that we've gotten rid of the club. We've gotten rid of Judgment Day. It is just a classic one-on-one now. And it's playing off right. These two can put on a hell of a spectacle if they're given the opportunity. So far, they haven't had that. So I'm happy to see them just get some time to get... Ooh. Hiroki Goto moves. Venom says AJ versus Ray would be a good match. I definitely agree on that one. Peter says another cameraman sacked. After nearly garroting Alexa Bliss, I kind of get it. Stuart says, that's going to be one of those that stings like hell no matter what you do. Had plenty of those from stud rakes in my rugby days. Another... The backflip not so much, but another Haruki Goto move. Jermaine says, I always wonder, I know AJ and Finn Balor has their own match, but will it be considered out of balance if they head into the second ring because the rings are connected? Probably so, but they haven't done so yet, and I don't expect we're going to really see that. Though, you never know if Shotzi's going to try and take advantage of it. You never can tell. Okay, I got another 13 views out of posting the link in response to a WWE tweet. Happy days. AJ going up to the top. Tries the 450. An opportunity now for Balor. Again, I just don't see him winning clean. I know that's what we're teasing right now, but I just don't see it happening. He's also laughing way too much. No sign of his team returning. At no point did we even see what AJ was doing, which is very telling about what's coming. Finn seemed to be suggesting a knee injury there, which works for the calf crusher. Is this going to be one of those he basically beat himself moments? Can he hold on? Will he tap? He's in the middle of the ring. He's not really got anywhere to go. The tap is... Oh, no. AJ leant too far back and got his head bashed. I still remember when I think the first person to do that in WWE was Dean Ambrose. It was a very good moment for everyone involved. We now have 32 votes. 81% of people think AJ Styles is going to be picking up the win for this match. I did believe it would be Finn Balor. That was my prediction. Only 19% of you agree with me on that one. We're getting close to the point where this match is going a half hour now. It's a very classical match. The outside interference has been very limited. If anything, both men have been protected by the fact that they've been able to just wrestle, which is not something we've seen a lot. So I'm pretty happy to see it, especially the two men in the ring right now. All you've got to do is just let them. Just let them go and you know they're going to deliver. We don't know where they're headed at this point, but as long as they keep pushing for it, I'm a happy boy. Corey, welcome back to the show, says 20 months, where did time go? How is it going? This is a good show. Corey has renewed his Twitch subscription for a 20th month. We've only been monetizable for 20 months. So there is an OG in play. Thank you, Corey. AJ Styles has picked up the win with a phenomenal forearm from the split rings. He has picked up the win. I'm ending the poll as you might expect. The chat was right. AJ Styles did pick up the win. 81% of the vote supported it. Welcome to the show, Corey. It is a good show so far. Absolutely it is. I'm really enjoying it. Ooh, I've just seen the bruising on AJ's chest. That's pretty intense. I think that's just purely from the knife edge chops. That's got to hurt. Technically, we are now halfway through the show. So I think there's going to be at least a little bit of overrun beyond 3 hours. Oh, his chest does look pretty sore. This was the definition of a strong style. Hector says, I love the pacing of this match. Triple H giving them time was the right move, and I completely agree with that. Tommy B on the YouTube side, welcome to the show, says that was a great match. Jordan says, enjoyed all the PLEs so far under Triple H. Me too. Me too. Styles and Finn Balor are still having words. It's starting to look like there might be some sort of angle. No, we're wrapping it up there. And we're heading off to commercials. We are talking Royal Rumble. Trying to get those tickets sold, aren't they? A lot of Drew McIntyre in it. We have 3 matches left. We have a triple threat United States Championship match. Seth Rollins defending against Bobby Lashley and Austin Theory. We have the SmackDown Women's Championship match, which I expect to be a, let's be honest, very short match between Ronda Rousey and Shotzi Blackheart. And we also have the men's Wargames match. The Bloodline, that being Roman Reigns, Jimmy and Jey Uso, Solo Sikoa and Sami Zayn, will take on Fight Night, that being Sheamus, Ridge Holland and Butch, Drew McIntyre and Kevin Owens. Some pretty good teams on both sides there, and a pretty good opportunity for your Ridge Hollands and your Butches. Tommy says, wonder if any debuts or returns tonight. Sai says, AJ Styles' first pay-per-view singles win since Crown Jewel 2019. We have right now, if you're not watching on Peacock, if you're watching the network, we have a Liv Morgan vignette. Getting to see her family. And also Pizza Town. Traffic says, respect to Triple H, as many overbooked messes he has a potential to book. He doesn't know when to just let the best wrestlers wrestle. Wholeheartedly agree on that one. Zachary Herrera has subscribed on YouTube. Welcome, Zachary. Thank you kindly for committing with that subscribe button. It is, of course, absolutely free. And have we got some good stuff coming? On Wednesday, there is a pretty big video about Vince McMahon that's going to be arriving on this channel. Tomorrow, we have a podcast via PW Torch. Myself and Nick Barbati will be talking about the biggest Survivor Series shows and the biggest Survivor Series moments. And we also have spoiler warning live shows on Mondays and Fridays, plus a SmackDown watch party every week as well. So you're going to get a lot of great wrestling content for your subscription. Thank you kindly for it. I do think with the fact that Triple H has booked so many factions, particularly 3-person factions, he has created a lot of opportunity for things to go wrong. The way Damage Control at times are being booked, for example, it's not the strongest, and it really is starting to affect them in a negative way. We are currently seeing the cash in from Liv Morgan, which happened, I believe, back in June. To go from June to October is a pretty strong push, especially against a Ronda Rousey. Fresh says, will Shane McMahon return in 2023? Nope. If Vince McMahon's not there, Shane McMahon will not be there either. We have reached the point of 16 minutes and 40 seconds, so Red Panda go bye-bye. And can I just say, my head be sweaty now. Thank you once again, Sai. For those looking for a little bit more, you have plenty of options when it comes to channel membership as well. For $1 a month, you can become a channel supporter. You will have access to a couple of additional members-only videos, including a in-depth description of how and what I knew when it came to reporting the return of Bray Wyatt. How many sources, what they were saying, and when they said it. There will be more like that, depending on what stories break and when. They are saying thank you to Ozzy Osbourne at this point in time, which is fair enough. I mean, he's certainly delivered for them. Bayley says, if Shane had not left the company back in 2010, would he be running the company today? I do not believe that he would be, no. Vince always favoured Stephanie. In a very strange way. Like, I can't sit here and say it's a great thing, but it happened. Next up, Ronda Rousey versus Shotzi for the SmackDown Women's Championship. I'm going to get that poll up. Keem says, no Riddle on this card is crazy. Since the end of the feud with Seth, he's not really been involved. So I said the extended video packages really affect the pacing of the show. More so for people in the arena, I imagine. Weird. I agree. But it does give you a chance if you're watching on the couch at home, to get yourself a drink. So I can't blame him for it. Let's start as a poll. Who wins the SmackDown Women's Championship match? Ronda Rousey, naturally current champion, or Shotzi Blackheart? And yes, I've given Shotzi her second name back. I don't think anyone's going to be upset with me for doing so. Get your votes in now for who will win the SmackDown Women's Championship match. This is, as I'm sure you can guess, another way to really help boost the numbers of the show. Again, it's another chance for YouTube to realize how engaged everyone is in the channel, and that will guarantee continued growth. Thank you kindly. Even if all you're doing is clicking that thumbs up, even if all you're doing is lurking, even if all you're doing is saying hi, I'm so grateful to all of you. Peter says, can't see Shotzi winning. Well, someone did. Someone voted for Shotzi. It's only 1 out of 10, but someone did. Fresh says, have any wrestlers requested their release from AEW lately? Not to my knowledge, no. To my knowledge, a lot of people there are quite happy about being there. Shows how undercooked this is. I've just had a minor disconnect, haven't I? Yep, I've just seen it reset on Twitch. YouTube seems to be okay. Am I going to lose my audio on Twitch again? Because that would be annoying. To be fair, we're nearly 3 hours in. I expected it to be a lot worse than it was, considering the problems we had yesterday. It's getting stormy. Shotzi's making her entrance first. I'm not hearing much from the crowd, but let's get a tank in play. That's decent. It's a decent one. Griffin, welcome. Says, who do you think will win, Shotzi or Ronda Rousey? My father went to school with Ronda Rousey. Interesting, Griffin. I can't imagine for a second that Shotzi will win this. I can't see it. It makes no sense to me that would happen. So yeah, I've got Ronda Rousey winning this one. Although Shotzi does now have 2 votes. Are people being anarchists here? Are people being anarchists? We currently have 40 viewers and 64 likes. If you've not yet done so, please remember to hit that thumbs up. And I do apologise for the little blip that we had there in connection. We're now onto our second video on Twitch. Yesterday we ended up on 4. So pretty good, because that's an average of 1 every half hour yesterday and 1 every 2.5 hours now. So at least it's better. Ronda Rousey, I'm expecting, will be arriving with Shayna Baszler in tow. And that will give her a pretty significant advantage going forwards. Shayna Baszler is indeed there with her. Strong boos for Ronda Rousey. That's what they're looking for. It's a lot of noise. That's all they really want for her. Sean says, I believe that was AJ Styles' first PLE win since 2019 at Crown Jewel. Yes, it was. But as I say, once again, he's not featured in that many since. Eric says, I liked the Wargames match. I just kept thinking about the carnage Liv could have caused. I think they caused enough carnage. I think Rhea Ripley and Becky Lynch and Nikki Cross found a way to cause some carnage. For me, I was very happy with how the match went. Very happy. We're having another blip, are we? I do apologise, guys. We are having a few little technical difficulties. Please do bear with me while things sort themselves out. It does seem to be the streaming equipment that's having the issue. Even though it says my connection's good, it's difficult to believe it. Stream quality is good. 0% frames dropped. And yet here we are, 4 minutes ago and a few seconds ago, stream disconnected. What the hell? Hopefully you haven't noticed it too much on the YouTube side. I do apologise one last time. John says, I need that Shayna shirt. It is quite smooth. My network quality just dropped massively as well. Peter says frozen. Also says not your fault. Thanks for the heads up either way. Andy says I was impressed with Dakota Kai. She took a solid beating and she was in it for a long time, so I get what you're saying. And Eric Douglas says, do you think it would ever be Shotzi time to be champion? She's my second favourite after Liv. There is a long time between now and the day Shotzi retires. So I'd be pretty confident her time will come, though I can't sit here and guarantee it's going to be for the top championship in her field. I just can't guarantee that. We are starting off much as Liv Morgan and Ronda Rousey did, with Ronda Rousey locking into submissions. Shotzi's got one proper hit in so far, but it seems to have stalled Ronda a little bit, which is a good place to be. Shayna protecting Ronda, and can I just say, protecting of a lot of force. A lot of force there. Eric also impressed by Dakota Kai. Bear with me 1 second, guys. I'm just going to do a big sneeze. It's been a little while. Not my moment. Not my moment. Stuart says, I reckon if they do bring in the mid-card title, that'll be where Shotzi sits. And that makes sense to me. That's what the championship in a mid-card would be made for, after all. Shotzi taking charge a little bit here, and I mean in the match as well. Not necessarily just in kayfabe, but actually being a bit of a ring general here, calling an audible there to take down Ronda. I don't know what Ronda Rousey did to counter there. They didn't really show what she was going for. She just rolled through it. I'd like to see what the actual intention was there. Oh no, it was. Ronda didn't land on her back though, so it didn't exactly look convincing. Eric says, do you think Triple H will make the 24/7 title turn to a mid-card title? Yes, yes I do. And I think the first match for the championship will be Alexa Bliss versus Nikki Cross. Griffin says, who would win if Brock Lesnar versus Omos? The winner would be the first person to be booked to win. Rousey at this point has simply taken charge. Shotzi is being outclassed. Which is, of course, very similar to what we were seeing with Liv Morgan. Shotzi is trying to fight back, but it's not doing the job. It is simply not doing the job. Rousey with a new submission, essentially choking Shotzi with her own arm. Rousey known for a smack talk, doing so very successfully. There's our first We Want Sasha champ. There it is. Not a surprise, this is not an exciting match. Nothing's really happening. I'm not surprised we're hearing We Want Sasha. It didn't last. They seem to be behind Shotzi. It's just that WWE doesn't seem to be. Tommy says crowd not happy with Rousey. Yeah, it's the thing is this is what she's always done. She dominates the match. The crowd didn't even pop when Shotzi got that hit. That was the whole point of it all. They were supposed to be building heat, and the crowd just don't really care. Ty says the match has brought the Sasha chance. Makes sense. Unfortunately so, it's just not a very exciting match. Oh. Rousey undercommitting there. Just did not commit to the DDT. Hector says, still crazy to me that even as champ, Liv never looked this relevant against Ronda. Even with Shayna added to the equation, Shotzi is holding her own. She is, but we'll see how long that lasts. Baszler went on the attack, has been deterred. Not a surprise given that Shotzi is the dedicated loser of the tag team. Clever from Shotzi breaking the count. Ronda Rousey now in the crowd. Shayna Baszler now also in the crowd. Shotzi's definitely looking a lot stronger than Liv did. I mean, that's definitely a fair comment. Fans getting wiped out. They're all wearing WWE shirts. I dare say they're planted. Tommy says, to be fair, it's tough to follow AJ versus Finn in a Wargames match. True. That's a very fair comment. This is definitely going to be the downward point. You can't debate that. Joey says, Butch, where? They were supposed to be going through the crowd. Keem says the match is terrible. There have been sloppy moments. The DDT on the apron was not good. Jermaine says there's no seem to be like mesh in this match. It's just all over the place. No one in the crowd is screaming for "We want Sasha." It's very low tempo, and that looks like it'll be all she wrote there. Once Ronda gets that submission in, that'll be that. Stuart says, has to be said, having a match with Ronda is difficult. She just doesn't help her opponent. It's true. She has undercommitted. So says, you have 3 wrestlers spill into the front row and every single fan is watching through their mobile. People have no idea how to live in the moment. They do not. I did, Joey. I did. The DDT certainly was not working. Jordan says the match isn't flowing. Well, the match is about to be over. Taps immediately. Well, that just wasn't good. If there's going to be a return for Sasha and Naomi, this would definitely be the moment. Oh, they could keep building up that dominance. I've spoken about the possibility of Ronda and Shayna versus Sasha and Naomi at WrestleMania. I definitely think there's going to be a tag championship in their future. It's the only point that makes sense for a return, if a return was going to happen. Eric says, I know you said they were going to hold off on Liv for a while. I just hope that they don't make her back to when people were saying she should be on Nick Khan to be fired list. That's not going to happen. She's a former champion now, and the lists aren't quite, to get, we haven't seen one of those cost-benefit analysis lists for a long time. Tommy says it might get 7 stars. Sai says the fans have been great all night, but this type of reception is what upset Ronda on her first run. Yes, but it's kind of what they're looking for now. They're trying to build up and build up and build up the heat until Ronda suddenly has someone who can line up against her. Maybe it will be Charlotte. It kind of makes sense. Joey says Ronda doesn't work well with anyone. You say that, but she does work very well with Charlotte Flair. Keem says send her back to NXT. Shotzi? Do you mean Shotzi? Stuart says be better off giving Shayna the belt. A heel there who can do the work needed. Ronda can do the work needed, but certainly I don't feel other people are benefiting from working with her at the moment. That might be down to the booking. Tommy says, do you think Rousey respects the wrestling world she works in? Sometimes it seems like she doesn't. I do believe that she does respect the wrestling world, but she is told not to sell very much. That is a fact. Hector says, seems like Ronda doesn't really put much effort into that match. It's kind of a bad look on her because you want your champion to at least make the challenger look somewhat good. She just seemed like she was getting a paycheck and was out after. Yeah, but isn't that kind of the heel that she is? They've lent into that. They've lent into her frustrations. They've lent into the fans' hatred of her. And she is just the bully who doesn't really try. That is where we are. It's not like Roman isn't doing much the same. The wreck everything and leave t-shirt kind of puts that one into context, if you get what I'm saying. We now have ourselves a Cody Rhodes high package. 4-3 says, is Raquel the next challenger? I would expect so. They need to start building people up, so I think an open challenge or something like that would be a very good thing for Ronda. I just don't know how much she's going to want to do that. Whoever does end up facing Ronda has the potential to get a lot of heat on them. Jermaine says the reason why we haven't seen that cost analysis is because everyone's on cheaper deals that would have got fired. Part of will bring you back to WWE, but you've got to be on a cheaper deal. Good one, WWE. To be fair, Jermaine, I believe I'm the one who reported that. So, yes, that is true. Sai says, I get building soonish. Let's say 2 months. Let's just randomly say 2 months. We had another blip, didn't we? Great. Internet's having real problems now. Thanks for the heads up, Peter. I expect we'll see Cody again in maybe 2 months. Let's just say 2 months. Thank you for the F traffic. Logically, next up then will be our triple threat match. No surprise that the poll said that Ronda Rousey would win, and of course that is exactly what happened. Who will win the US Championship triple threat? Seth Rollins, Austin Theory, or Bobby Lashley. Your poll is now live. Sean says apparently there were We Got Sasha Chance and the mics got shut off. There were We Want Sasha Chance. I do believe they stopped. What's your source for the mics being shut off? Phil Free says, when do you think we see Emma next? Next time we see Riddick Moss on SmackDown. I'd imagine next week. Joey says, Ronda needs to go. She's terrible. I don't think she's terrible. I think she's very different to what they have, and I don't think everybody necessarily works well in that format. Sami Zayn in brand new bright red gear has come to see Roman. Jermaine says, I believe WWE want Ronda to be the female Brock, which means she's not going to sell very much in the ring. If that's the case, I'm okay with it, but this match should have ended in total destruction. That is the plan. I reported a while back, the plan was for Ronda Rousey to become the man on SmackDown. That means top star in the women's division, no one else comes close. That's what they're doing, and that is exactly where they are. Sami Zayn has owned up to the fact that he was talking to Kevin Owens. Honesty. It is very difficult to pick up momentum and grow a channel when I don't have reliable software to do it. I'm going to see if there's any updates or anything like that that I need to do and try and get this working, because I'm sick of having this issue. Sami Zayn is being entirely open with Roman here. That will endear him to Roman. Jermaine says, what I mean by total destruction, Ronda Rousey should have beat Shotzi up like Brock Lesnar destroyed John Cena at SummerSlam many years ago. Doesn't really do much for Shotzi. I would rather see that if it was a match with someone a bit bigger. For example, a Becky, but I also don't see it happening for Becky. Peter is blaming Connor. He's very quiet at the moment. Fair. Fair. Sami Zayn is reaffirming his commitment to the Bloodline. Paul Heyman is just standing in the background, letting it happen. Sami Zayn's showing humility. He's showing respect. Getting a bit emotional here. There's going to be a lot of Sami Zayn chants tonight. If there aren't, I'm going to be upset. And you know why. There is something very special happening between Roman and Sami right now. When we do eventually get Roman versus Sami, Roman will deserve it. I hear Sami chants. I stand by it. I think Jay's getting the spear. I think Jay's the one in trouble. Andy says this is good stuff. And Traffic says I could watch a whole Sopranos style series but with the Bloodline. Roman is hugging Sami Zayn. And I now am even less sure than I was before. Because you cannot trust that. And you know you cannot trust that. Eric says, I'm looking on Twitter and I'm seeing people say Damage Control is cooked. What do you think? I don't think it's over. I think people are still getting used to how Triple H books things. Triple H booking does involve a lot more losses. And I think people are going to have to get used to that. Bayley says, watching Paul Heyman in the corner. Paul Heyman was also just sort of watching, waiting, alone without a care, hoping and hating things that he can't bear. And if you know that reference, you and I are going to get on. They are pushing the press conference. Decent response for Bobby Lashley, who is on his way down for the match. Traffic says, that's a hug you get in the Sopranos before you get whacked. It's their version of the kiss of death. I don't trust it. I don't trust any of it. And that's very exciting. The fact that I don't know who's going to come out this, even still in the bloodline, it's a wonderful, wonderful thing. Sai says, turns out Roman has some acting chops these last few months. They had a star in him all along. They very much did. And they knew that, and then booked him the way they did. Like, the reason Roman Reigns didn't get over isn't Roman Reigns. It's very much the booking. And he says, I like Triple H booking. It makes matches less predictable. It does. You do have some teams who just aren't necessarily consistent winners. Unfortunately, while the Bloodline are getting all the rub of the green, Damage Control, they're just not. And we may have to accept the fact that they're not going to be the top. They're just not going to be. What if that's okay? You know? What if that's okay? Traffic says, I would imagine with your love of wrestling, but also having some insider info, that when there's a storyline and you truly have no idea where it's going, it's got to be extra special for you. Yes. That's one of the biggest problems. People come in here and they say, where's this going, where's this going, where's this going? So I go and try and find out. The issue is, basically, everything that I put in spoiler warning is a spoiler for me as well. So I'm really enjoying the Bloodline storyline. Tommy says, I think this match will be good. I reckon so. Seth does very well in triple threat matches. I'm not sure how we're going to use Bobby Lashley or Austin Theory, but Seth does very, very well in triple threat matches. Kevin says, how was the Ronda Rousey versus Shotzi match? Slow and dull. Slow and dull. We've had 22 votes, and so far, when it comes to the question of who will win the US Championship triple threat, 86% think Seth Rollins. 86% thinking that Seth Rollins will retain the United States Championship. Austin Theory's in the middle of something of a rebirth. I'm interested to see what he's going to become. There is, of course, an extra intensity to him. At least that's the plan. Bobby Lashley, meanwhile, has always been an intense guy. He's an intense dude. And I'm excited to see how intense he can go. Hector says, can we just get one more run for Headband Bobby, please and thank you? I don't see that one coming. Fair comment there, Stuart. Kevin says, I can see fans complaining, ranting about Sasha Banks tonight. Yeah, that's not going to stop. I definitely feel like Seth Rollins is firmly in the face camp now. It's been a little while since he has been. The people have missed him. And the championship looks good on him. That championship belt, of course, was made for Bobby Lashley. And I do think it's actually been made a little bit smaller. I think they've changed the championship ever so slightly for Seth. Or somewhere along the line. Maybe for Riddle. But, yeah. Everyone's singing along with Seth's theme. Which, that I feel is a big thing. If you want to get over in wrestling, the easiest way is just have a really sing-song theme. I mean, Shinsuke Nakamura, perfect example of it. Perfect example. Now, I do think the triple threat will use both rings. I don't know how it's going to work. I have no idea how it's going to work. But I do think it is going to work. They're all in one side. As I explained originally, they'd be in that ring, then that ring, then that ring, and then Wargames. But I do think they're going to be exploring a little bit. Triple threat, slightly different rules. Then we're going to see people getting thrown around a lot more, thrown out a lot more, and just... I'm not sure how it'll play, but I'm interested. You know? Stuart says, think it's been made to flatter. Bell used to have more depth to it. Yeah, you're right. You can see it in the graph, the 3D graphic they put up. Sean says, getting really tired of everyone saying Alexa looks like she doesn't want to be there anymore. So not true, she loves WWE. She does love WWE. She absolutely does. But people have decided she doesn't, with no evidence. And when people decide something with no evidence, they're obviously right. Austin Theory getting punked by both Lashley and Rollins. True, Andy, very true. As I say, Seth's usually good for a triple threat, but Vince McMahon booking was always someone gets thrown out of the ring nice and early. And that seems to be how we've started here. Pace is high enough though, getting started. Lashley already trying to show off a little bit. Seth chops not exactly the most impactful on Bobby, but he's found a way to make it work. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's grabbed him by the junk, but we are where we are. Jermaine says, I know everybody wants Sami to team with KO, but it's too soon right now. The real build to that match happens on a road to WrestleMania 39. I agree. This is one of the reasons I think Jey Uso is going to be the one who gets speared. I don't see it being Sami. I do have to sneeze one more time though, so I do apologise. Logically for me, Sami and KO versus the Usos is our WrestleMania Tag Team Championship match. And I think after that they get split up again. Because each brand does need its own championships. We're missing the WWE Championship. Not as much as I expected, but we are. Austin Theory and Seth Rollins have now swapped, meaning we're back to a one-on-one match, but it's Austin Theory versus Lashley. We're definitely not going to hear we want Sasha chance during this match, I tell you that. Not with Seth Rollins being Seth Rollins. Lashley didn't even fall in that suplex, he just threw. Oh, back elbow. Vicious. Do we see the Hurt Business getting back together? There's certainly been allusions to it, and I think if you're going to use MVP, Omos is not the right way to do it. With Bobby Lashley working with Shelton Benjamin, Cedric Alexander again, I can see there being a return to it. After all, there's one thing we can say with confidence, Triple H loves his three-person factions. Could see Hurt Business versus Judgment Day. Judgment Day would probably lose that one as well, but, you know, you get what you get. Stuart says, I'd like Sami to be the one to dethrone Roman. Would be some pop to hear. It would be a hell of a pop, that's absolutely true. I don't necessarily think that's what it's going to be. but I'm not going to be annoyed if it is. Lashley, if you'll forgive the pun, is dominating the match so far. Austin Theory is having to be quite inventive to try and keep that championship away from Lashley. Thomas says, could Omos join up with the Hurt Business? He could. I don't necessarily want to see it personally, but he could. It would certainly be very good for him. Because after the loss to Braun, there's not much that he can actually do to recover now. He's not exactly being pushed, is he? Austin Theory going for the chairs already. Into the crowd. Oh, there we go. Okay. They had to do something to get Lashley down. Seth Rollins coming off the apron is probably the way to do it. Rollins is a proven giant killer. The Beast Slayer. So that's proven fact. He's a hit and run wrestler. If you remember Survivor Series 2014 when he led his team against Team Cena. I think it was Team Cena. He was just constant hit and run. While everyone else was going one-on-one, he was just jumping in with knees and sneaking around. It was very well played. That's his style, and it works. This match really needs to be about establishing Austin Theory and the new development, but I don't necessarily see him winning. That would not make sense. With that in mind, then, surely Seth's going to be pinning Bobby. There isn't really a finish where everybody wins here. There's no option. Thomas says, what would you rate this show out of 5 so far? I'd give it a 3.5. I think the women's Wargames match was brilliant fun. Just a lot happening at once. Absolute carnage. I really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it. The match between Styles and Finn Balor was very good. I don't think it necessarily hit top gear, but it was still a high pace, and we got actually just solid wrestling out of it. The match between Shotzi and Ronda really drags it down for me. It could be worse. But I am excited to see what comes next. The triple threat has been good so far, even though we are now in the third one-on-one section between Austin Theory and Seth Rollins. And we do have the storyline with Sami Zayn and Roman Reigns tying it all nicely together. It's a help. Traffic says Team Cena versus The Authority one was actually one of the better 5-5 Survivor Series matches in recent memory. Yeah, I completely agree. Dolph Ziggler really did great work there. I thought he could have transitioned that into a Royal Rumble win, but we are where we are. Skewer says, is it me? Or is the Austin Theory fan a bit conspicuous there at ringside? Yeah, she stands out, doesn't she? She's on a bit of a mission to get herself spotted. I've also just seen someone with a really big hat sitting behind Michael Cole, and I can't imagine the people behind her are very happy about it. Sai says, maybe a good stip here would be for the winner to be a clearly defined face or heel. None of them are really very well defined. I mean, if you get great wrestling matches out of it, I don't think anyone particularly cares, but they're definitely not that well defined. Thomas says, do you personally think that the men's Wargames match will be better than the women's? Honestly, no. The men's will be more story-based, whereas the women's would be more spot-based, and I enjoy the spots. Peter says, at least it's in a 4-hour marathon like the AEW pay-per-view. Don't be so sure on that. Okay? Let's not count our chickens. Because we are so far 2 hours and 11 minutes in, and I'm confident the men's Wargames will be at least an hour. This match hasn't even finished. I'm confident this show will be at least 3.5 hours. So let's not count our chickens. Jared, how you doing? They say, Tom, it's Hector. Hector. From Twitch, switched over to do the polls and help the engagement. Thank you kindly. I do appreciate it. Twitch, unfortunately, just isn't the most reliable at the moment. It just isn't. We're not growing on Twitch. we very rarely get any new followers, and we're just not really growing. We're still available on both sides, and I'm obviously very happy that you've chosen to join us on either side. I'm just very glad to have so many people watching with us. But yeah, the YouTube side is where the focus is at the moment. So we're just having a series of suicide dives. Oh, okay, I stand corrected. Oh, that was a beautiful landing by Seth. Those are the moments when you can confirm that he's a face. When you do the flying and the flipping, people are going to cheer. Heels limit their offense to not pop the crowd. A huge expression, an outpouring of love for Seth Rollins from the crowd. It's all about that theme song. All about it. Peter says, I feel this pay-per-view is more engaging than the AEW I meant. Sorry, gotcha. Kieran says, I went to a SmackDown once and was a few rows behind the front row and it honestly wasn't great. I then went to Raw and had like hard camera seats and they were way better. Yeah, a hard camera, at least the wrestlers look in your direction. Like they at least look in that direction. Stuart says, at least this is just 5 matches and not 4 hours and 22 matches wedged in. Triple H likes small cards. For his birthday, always remember, small card. He loves them. Jordan says, that was great from Rollins. The flipping, the flopping, the flying. Braun Strowman might be upset, but Seth Rollins knows how to work a crowd. Traffic says, death taxes and the crowd singing Rollins' theme song. Absolutely. I think just by extension, everyone other than Seth Rollins is a heel. I'm not sure how we can have Seth versus Cody if Seth's a face, though. So I do feel like it's going to be Cody versus Roman, and we're all just moving on. We have a Hurt Lock and a Sleeper, which, to be honest, is good storytelling for a triple threat. Poll-wise, we're on 34 votes. Seth Rollins still the clear favourite at 85%. Pedigree on Bobby Lashley. That's not a finisher anymore. And Bobby Lashley does kick out. The pedigree is no longer a finisher. In many ways, neither is the end of days, unfortunately. It is a beautiful looking spinebuster from Bobby Lashley. The height that people get. And it's the side as well, which is just very handy. Thomas says, how are you doing so far with your predictions, Tom? Badly. I've got 1 out of 3. I had Finn Balor beating AJ. Didn't happen. And I had Damage Control winning in Wargames. Didn't happen. So far the only one I've got is Ronda Rousey. I've got to say that was easily the most obvious. So, Thomas, not well at all. Are we getting a Phoenix Splash? I don't think I've ever even seen him land that Phoenix Splash. Austin Theory threw him to the outside. Got an opportunity here. Lovely, lovely move on Bobby Lashley. Not his finisher, though. Rollins has enough time to get back in, and I don't think Bobby Lashley is going to go down this easily. But if they want to establish Austin Theory as a threat, he's going to need a few moments like this. Locks him. Roll through. Oh, did not see that one coming. I genuinely thought Bobby Lashley was out then. I thought Seth had landed too high and Lashley was out. That was a really good sell. I've pointed it out before. There's a big giveaway when someone's going to kick out because they keep their eyes open and stare at the referee. If you just watch Bobby Lashley for that moment, at no point did his eyes even open. That is commitment. Stuart says, I think the amount of stuff smashed into AEW's product is why I can't get into it. Everyone's getting a push. Everyone. Thomas says, I'm the same as you, to be honest. I have Seth winning here. Same. And that would take me to 2 out of 4. 50% ain't bad, especially on only 5 matches. Rollins' theme is going out from the crowd again. They are not letting it go. We're back on a one-on-one match while Bobby Lashley recovers. Getting a bit strong style. You're not going to pedigree Seth. I mean, come on, mate. Oh. I don't even know what to call this. But that is genius. That is absolute genius. You can get both men in that. Oh, Spear screwed him over. Now we're having a proper triple threat now. Oh, I'm very happy with this. Stuart says, Seth did land high there looking at the replay. Thomas says, who do you have winning in the main event? I have the Bloodline. But I do think it ends with Jey Uso getting speared. Seth has an opportunity here. Oh, okay. You're teasing me in all the right ways here, Seth. Griffin said, this is crazy. The pace is lovely and high. This is all about Seth. He's wait. Oh, well, that's how you do it. I'm having a bad day for predictions, but honestly, I don't mind that. That was a very clever finish. Seth had Austin Theory up for the Falcon Arrow. Bobby Lashley hit the spear. Austin Theory landed on top of Seth Rollins and the 3 count. That was a very, very smart finish. Very smart. Another championship reign for Austin Theory, who looks damn good with a belt. That was very clever, and gets the championship away from Seth if Seth needs to move on to anyone else. For example, Roman Reigns. The end of that match was just brilliant. Just absolutely brilliant. They went full triple threat. Constantly stuff going on. Really cleverly done. Pure opportunism from Austin Theory. Like Edge style ultimate opportunism. Loved it. Thomas says, I've got the faces of either Sami or Jey costing the Bloodline the victory. Stuart says, that was brilliant. Traffic says, amazing ending. Tommy says, great finish. Jordan says, what a finish. Andy says, love the ending. Hector says, it's hard to not argue that Seth isn't one of the best wrestlers in the world after that performance. So, not argue isn't one of the best. So I do argue he isn't one of... Double negatives, mate. I'm confused. SBM says, no, it had to be a botch. It wasn't. It absolutely was not. Stuart says, officially unburied. Well, that was a great match. Absolutely. Thomas says, could Cody return and face Austin Theory Elimination Chamber? I mean, he could. I don't know why he would, when, like, Roman seems to be in his future. Joey says, wow, I was not expecting that. Patrick says, banger of a match. And Steve says, A-Town down. We are now getting a Miz hype package. I'm not upset by it, but I'm confused. Miz is a good hand, but he's not being pushed towards anything. Not even close. Sean says Seth loses on his 10-year anniversary. He does. That's a good spear. Sai says, I don't think much thought goes into whose hype packages are used unless it's just to keep people on the radar. We've had Liv, Brock, Cody, Miz tonight. We have. Miz is a standout. Brock we're keeping an eye on because Brock versus Lashley seems destined for Mania. Liv, obviously they're trying to make sure she doesn't drop too far down the pack. Same with Cody. Eric says, I hope Ali gets his shot first. That's a good shout. We've definitely got a heel with the championship again. I think there's good potential. Theory versus Ali works. I think Seth might move on, to be honest. They don't get an automatic rematch anymore after all. I think moving on might be in the best interest of everyone involved. We have one match remaining. Our main event. The Bloodline. Roman Reigns, Jimmy Uso, Jey Uso, Solo Sikoa and Sami Zayn against Team Sheamus. Fight Night, that being Sheamus, Ridge Holland and Butch, together with Drew McIntyre and Kevin Owens. Just the names on display essentially guarantee this is going to be a lot of fun. Griffin says, in theory. Thomas says, just thinking if they wanted to have Roman versus someone else and still be on the premium live event before facing Roman, then you could have Seth versus Roman. You could. You could have WrestleMania be Seth versus Roman and Cody versus Roman, which would be confusing in the most, but I'll take it. New Day are on the Survivor Series card. The shop. To be clear, if we are going to see Bray Wyatt, this is the time. Right before the main event. And it would take us up to the point where we would actually have a 4-hour show. Because once we've done all the introductions, we're going into 4 hours. That's going to happen. Eric says, what was Liv's promo about? Mostly Money in the Bank and just being Liv. Most of the promos aren't necessarily about anything in particular. It's just like, here's their current storyline, etc. Don't sleep on this guy, etc. Hector says, sorry, bad wording, Tom. What I meant is it's hard to say he isn't a top wrestler in the world because using Austin Theory's leverage to make the curb stomp on Bobby even more impactful was brilliant. It absolutely was. Seth, for me, is definitely someone you can put in the category of greatest wrestlers in the world, and he continues to prove it. Michael Cole just came out as a Royal Rumble lover, and honestly, I've never felt as close to him as right now. One more thank you to Ozzy Osbourne. So it says 2 months until the next pay-per-view. This is the final one of this year. It is. We have a long wait until the Royal Rumble. Literally, next up is the Royal Rumble. Most of my content from here will be Royal Rumble and WrestleMania based. Looks like no Bray Wyatt. The cage is descending. Now, I know what you're thinking. And no, I don't think Sasha Banks is going to interfere on the Bloodline's behalf. I just wanted to make that clear. Jey Uso talking one more time to Roman. I don't know what's going to happen here. I stand by my original prediction of Jey being the one in trouble. They are playing this brilliantly. Like, there are missteps in some other storylines, but every single beat of the Bloodline storyline has been perfect. Absolutely perfect. Solo Sikoa only debuted in the main roster 2 months ago. I didn't want him in the Bloodline because I felt he'd be completely overshadowed. That has not been the case. The absence of Roman is genuinely doing him favours. Kevin Owens will not be starting in Wargames, and that's disappointing for me. I was hoping it would be Owens versus Zayn. He's wearing an elbow pad. Interesting. Oh, I see. Dusty Rhodes, bionic elbow. A lot of respect being shown there. He's in great shape right now. Like, those shoulders are buff as hell. Kevin Owens, great shape. Eric says, I personally believe Seth, Bobby and Alexa are too popular for the mid-card titles. Okay, so in which case is Roman a better fit? Because if they're going to take a top spot, they've got to kick someone else out. Traffic says, is Royal Rumble the next PLE? Wow, surely there'll be some special Raw or SmackDown in between there. Triple H is currently trying to book every Raw and SmackDown to have serious stakes, either tournament matches, special exhibition dream matches, or championship matches, just to make it count that little bit more. Thomas says, do you think they'll do anything big in December on Raw and SmackDown before the Rumble? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Peter said, glad they haven't changed commentators like they usually do. No, they have the dedicated commentary team per pay-per-view. This is it. Michael Cole and Corey Graves, going forwards, will always be the team. With this in mind, I now expect Sheamus to open, probably against Solo Sikoa. Stuart says, why no Sasha Tom? She could win the men's title off Roman and save the world after all. Save the cheerleader, save the world. Sean thinks Solo and Butch will start. Let's see how it plays out. We're about to find out, but I think Sheamus and Solo would be the great way to do it. Is it Butch? It's Butch. Butch will open us up. Okay. Eric says, how do you think we get back to Bayley versus Belair now? I don't necessarily know if we do. I think we maybe go straight to Becky versus Bayley at this point. Sai says, there was a subtle switch in the Sami Roman promo earlier. They've always focused on Sami's reactions. This one was on Roman's. I think they're pulling the trigger. That's the thing. We think. It's impossible to know. Which naturally is making me very happy. Hector says, Wargames is tailor-made for Pete Dunne and Solo Sikoa. I hope they start the match. Well, you got one of them so far. Kieran says, do you think we get the mid-card women's belt before Mania? I think it technically debuts at Mania is where I personally would go with it. It means you get more women's matches on the card. Jermaine says, I understand why Theory won the match, because especially he's the only one that doesn't have anything really going on. I have a major feeling this is going to get a title shot on Raw. Do you mean Seth? Thomas says, will Roman defend the title on Raw or SmackDown between here and the Royal Rumble? I don't think we'll see much of Roman. I think he'll be on probably Raw after this. Actually, no. I think we'll wait till SmackDown and he'll be on SmackDown after this, and then we won't see him again for the rest of the year. Jimmy says, Theory won. Yes, Theory won. Traffic says, 4 buff men locked in a cage. Ooh woo. Traffic, control yourself. We are a PG stream here. The Bloodline naturally all come out together. And this would be a great time to tip the cage. Like, just attack the cage. You've got 4 opponents in the cage as we speak. Locked in. Not able to do anything. This would be a great time to have a cattle prod, for example. Worked for Goldberg. Jermaine says, I feel that Rollins is going to get a title shot against Roman on Raw, and Bobby's going to end up going up against Brock Lesnar again. That's why Theory won the title tonight. That's what I see as well. Brock versus Bobby, another non-title match for WrestleMania to be the decider. I can definitely see that one playing out. Solo once again. I feel like he's the one that's about to have a standout performance. This is Solo's match. He is the bruiser. Connor, how you doing, mate? Oh, my TV's about to turn off. Connor says, hey Tom, hope your night's been good. How would you rate the pay-per-view so far? Solid. The women's match wasn't great, but solid. Oh, no, Solo's not starting. Jey Uso is starting. And you know how Sami Zayn had that hug that was like a kiss of death? Jey just had the same thing. They are really making it clear that it is not at all clear. Oh, Jermaine got the reference. Well done, mate. I make some weird references at times. Traffic says, appreciate the image of the Bloodline. Everyone might be the last time. We don't know. They have played it brilliantly. Looks like Roman's going to be heading into the cage, as he should. It actually makes sense. Jay and Sami should not be sharing a cage. Roman is getting in there. Logically, from here, it's Jimmy, it's Solo, it's Sami, it's Roman. So if we're doing that, it's Ridge, it's Sheamus, it's Owens, it's McIntyre. Okay? So, one more time. The advantage right now is with the faces. So, Ridge Holland, Jimmy Uso, Sheamus, Solo Sikoa, Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn, Drew McIntyre, Roman Reigns. Them's my predictions. Connor says, only dud for me is Ronda versus Shotzi. A denominator is lackluster pay-per-view matches have been Ronda. I won't lie. You're not wrong. Ronda Rousey is standing out by the fact that her matches are not performing. And yeah, we could maybe look at Liv previously, but certainly not now. She wasn't involved in this one. Can't really be her fault. Traffic said, it's like, I'm ready for Roman to turn on someone, but at the same time I don't want the bloodline to end. We are in danger now. We are in danger of going into NWO territory. Someone needs to commit. Something needs to break down. It has to happen. I'm okay with it. Leisha, welcome, says, I have a bad feeling about this. And Sai says, here we go. This is a match, and the women's, that Triple H has wanted to put on the main card for years. As soon as he was given his new position as Chief Content Officer, I was asked the question, and spoiler warning, are we going to see Wargames? I said yes on Survivor Series, but maybe not this year. Here we are. The dream came true. Which team will win Wargames? The Bloodline or Fight Night? It will be our final poll for the evening. Although, to be fair, I might do a poll at the end of just like, how would you rate it A to D? I don't think anyone's rating it A, but you know. Connor says, even though Liv and Shayna were probably tied, least compelling with Drew and Carrie in a clash, that was a bad match. I think that was more due to the card being stacked rather than the match itself. We are halfway through our time before someone else comes in. Jey Uso has some battered fingers, but Butch did have his face a little bit battered and brutalised there as well. Once again, we have one vote for Fight Night and 8 votes for the Bloodline. It is very much a skewed poll on this one. We currently have reached 3,433 views. It is our highest views on an individual video for 3 years. 3 years. And I'd imagine it's going to be our second most viewed video of the entire YouTube channel so far. I have one video that had like 8,000 views. We still have about an hour of show left. Maybe we can hit 4,000. Who knows? If you haven't done so yet, please remember to hit like one last time and subscribe if you haven't already. So it says, we're forgetting the huge return that could be a game changer for the Bloodline and finally send everyone home happy. Get ready for Nia Jax. And naturally, that will start the build to The Rock at WrestleMania. Hey, maybe The Rock arrives. One minute left before we get someone else joining us. Jey Uso in the ascendancy at the moment. Makes sense considering a face is going to come in next. Jay still protecting his fingers. Good sell. Helping to support his colleagues. We have our cameraman in the ring again. Well, between the rings again, bless. I do like the very different contrasting styles. Butch is going for that joint manipulation, whereas Jey Uso is just trying to throw Butch around. Traffic says, send Sami out to help Jey. I do think it'll be Jimmy. But Rich Holland first for me. Connor says, surely Triple H is going to pick up on Ronda's consistently lackluster performances. I really dislike focusing on the negatives, but for how protected Ronda is, she isn't delivering anything noteworthy. He will 100%. Rich Holland is indeed the first one out. He will definitely have noticed the "We Want Sasha" chants, and he'll be trying to make a change there. Rich Holland was indeed the first one in. I've got Jimmy Uso in next after we reach our 3 minutes. Thomas says, what if El Generico returns and wins it for Fight Night? El Generico has bigger fish to fry. He has a lot going on in his life, and he has a lot of people that are counting on him. So I think by wanting him to be involved here, you're doing him a disservice, and how dare you? Okay, so that's all I want to say. I just think you should be showing El Generico more respect. Nice, good power from Rich Holland. Again, as I've said, a great opportunity for him in this one. Michael Cole using the B word there. Got to be careful with them. Connor says, who's your money on for the SmackDown World Cup? Ricochet. I don't think they're going to go heel versus heel, so I think Ricochet will get another shot and lose it. That will, of course, mean that we have one of the championship matches that Triple H is trying to book between now and the Royal Rumble. They have a minute and a half to do as much damage to Jey Uso as possible. Personally, I wouldn't be letting him stand up at all. Jermaine says, everybody's talking about Ronda's matches being lackluster, but Ronda's been built up as a female Brock Lesnar. Unless Brock is in there as a ring general, his matches are going to be lackluster. I mean, you say that, but he's had some fantastic matches. Brock versus John Cena has always been good. Brock versus AJ, Daniel Bryan has always been good. Rey Mysterio not so much. Braun Strowman not so much. Undertaker, great matches. Punk, Triple H. Goldberg. Goldberg is not a ring general, but his matches with Brock Lesnar sure worked for me. I would say that Brock Lesnar has had a lot more good matches than bad. Just serious damage being done to Jey Uso right now. They are just grinding him to pieces. We're going to end up in a pie. Bayley says, would El Generico come back from the orphanage to induct Kevin Owens in the Hall of Fame? He may, but I think it's worth pointing out, those two do not like each other. Like that, there was a definition of a blood feud. My prediction at this point is Jimmy Uso, don't forget. Jermaine says, as far as the females go, there's not that many ring generals on SmackDown right now. Most of them were waiting for them to come back, and that's Natalya, Charlotte, Sasha Banks, and Naomi. Naomi, I would debate the ring general status, but the rest of them I definitely would agree with you. It is Jimmy Uso coming in next. It's not Jimmy Uso. Roman is sending Sami down to support Jey. Get down there. Okay, I like that. I'm happy to be wrong there. Traffic says the best Brock match still will always be him versus Angle on SmackDown, a 60-minute Iron Man match, which was mostly shoot. It was mostly a shoot fight. Connor says Brock will always sell though. Ronda refused to take a DDT bump with over 4 years wrestling experience. That was a botch and a half, and that's going to stand out and haunt everyone involved. Traffic says, let's go. This is actually working for Sami. He's buying time for Jey to recover without necessarily getting into the ring immediately. Sami Uso chant from the crowd, showing their respect. Jey has seized an opportunity while they're distracted. Sami now getting involved. Good work from Jey. Sami picks his moment. Cleverly done. Cleverly done. Sean says Seth's reign was 47 days. Hopefully gets the belt back, or Theory drops it to Gargano. I don't think we're immediately going to throw Gargano in here, but I do think that's going to move to like a separate division now. Bayley says El Generico didn't like Kevin Steen. No idea if he had heat with KO. Bayley, I hate to break it to you, but Kevin Steen and Kevin Owens are actually the same person. I know this may... I don't know how you're going to take this news. It may have like wow, and I get it if it does. But they are actually the same person. Who'd have thunk it? Oh, what a zoom in on Roman. He's been acting the whole time, and he's not letting it go. Jey Uso and Sami Zayn having a bit of an argument while Butch tries to climb the cage. Sai says, no, I want Steen and Owens versus Ezekiel and Elias. We've wanted that one for a while. Traffic says, next you're going to say Sami is El Generico. Why would I say that? Traffic, I'm here to inform. I'm here to share stats, facts. No clickbait, no hyperbole. You know this. So I have to be blunt, unfortunately, and say that Owens and Steen are the same person. I'm not going to make stuff up and say that El Generico is Sami Zayn. Let's not be ridiculous here. Let's just keep it on down low. Griffin says this is cool, and I do agree. Right, so my predictions have been sort of shaken up there, but I'm going to stick with the face side that Drew McIntyre will be last. Now that Sami's in, though, Kevin Owens does start to look like a better proposition. So let's say Owens now, then Sheamus, then McIntyre. Sami Zayn and Jey Uso are working well together, but they're just constantly distracted by the fact that they don't like each other. Also, good news, we've just broken 3,500 views. Thank you everyone for your constant time and support. 69 likes as well, which I don't know if you know this, but it's nice. I was completely wrong. Drew McIntyre. Drew McIntyre heading down. The story really is about Sheamus then. Clyde, welcome, says, what's good, Tom? Hope everyone is enjoying War Games wherever you are in the world. The like button has been smashed. Hope all follows suit. Thank you, Clyde. Appreciate that. You are my 69th. Connor says, I have a feeling KO may be last because of his interactions with Roman. Blue Kyber Crystal, welcome, says Kevin is hurt and he'll come in last. Fair comment. Not something I considered. Traffic says, congrats on the growth, man. Well deserved. Thank you, Traffic. We have gained 19 subscribers over the course of the show, which is a pretty good place to be as well. Hector says, I agree with your prediction, Tom. I think Jay's going to get punished after this match because Sami is trying, but Jay is constantly bickering. And Roman is watching. And who watches The Watchmen? Well, Paul Heyman, but you know what I mean. Clyde says, Roman is playing the role to perfection, and I could not agree more. If Drew's in, then surely Solo now will come and even it out. We're now getting into the physicality of it. So Solo, then Sheamus. Wow, Sami Zayn flew. That man knows how to fly. Stuart, the time between entrance was 3 minutes in the women's as well. I'd imagine what you're saying is that it's been shortened for this particular event. So it says, congrats on the views, don't know how you do it. You're running commentary, leading the chat, watching the show and monitoring Twitter, all at the speed of wrestling, and at almost 4 a.m. Great job, Tom. You give me far too much credit. One, I've stopped watching Twitter ages ago. I dip in and out of Twitter and check the trends and stuff if, for example, I don't have anything to comment on in the chat at that point in time. And also, watching the show is the part that I sacrifice. The beauty of a watch party is that you never run out of something to talk about because you're watching a show. But quite often, if everyone's chatting away, I don't really talk about the show. I just talk about what we're talking about while watching the show. I know, Stuart, it was 5 for the first entrance and then 3 for every subsequent entrant for the women's as well. That Drew McIntyre suplex is still beautiful, and like that's a full-on headstand. This man is incredible. Connor says the Liv promo package reassured me she wasn't going to fade into the background for a while. I think that was the intention. Can't guarantee it, of course. I can't tell you why people think what they think, but that's how I'm feeling. It is Jimmy this time. See, for me, Drew McIntyre stands out more than anyone else in this ring at the moment. He's the only one on Roman's level. Kevin Owens will be, Sheamus I feel will be now, but at the moment, it's just Drew. Jimmy is getting the tables. Several tables. Jimmy's on a mission. We're getting to the weapons, guys. Is he just getting tables out? I wouldn't complain about that. He's just getting tables out. That's all he wants. He just wants tables. You might suggest that he's the head of the table. Okay, Sami's trying to set it up and Jay is blocking him. You've got to get on the same page or you're going to lose this one. Oh no. Oh no, Sami's had enough. Sami has had enough. If anything, Paul Heyman's as much a star as anything here. In the background, just like, what is going on? Clearly afraid of how Roman's going to react to it. He hasn't really said anything in all of his time, but the fact that he's in the background just reacting, it works. Jimmy's taking charge. The Usos will hold down the fort while Sami sets up the tables. I do feel in any cage match there is just a bit of an obsession with just bouncing people off chain link fence. What I do want to say as well, though, is that Jay's still selling his fingers. He's spending a lot of time walking around just holding his hand, and I like that. That's respect for your opponent, and Butch, I feel, is probably the lowest down the card of everyone involved in the match. So little things like that go a long way. They go a very long way. Skye says, I think Owens has a chat with Sami before this match is over. I definitely think there'll be a momentary pause when the two stare each other down. Hector says, Jimmy getting tables from under the ring got a better reaction than the whole Ronda Shotzi match. Not good. No, but I think there's a bit of... I think people are just tired when it comes to Ronda. We know what we're going to get. We know. So what's the point in investing? Did Michael Cole just say Glasgow kiss? Kevin Owens is not coming in last, he's coming in now. It really is all about Sheamus and Roman, isn't it? We're busy building for something. Owens wants chairs. I've mentioned this before, I'll mention it again. Kevin Owens is a builder. He likes to build contraptions. Good times be had. Connor says, I find it interesting they had Dakota take the pin despite being a champion, while Nikki, for example, was right there. Dakota Kai and, in fact, Io Skye have both been designated losers of the team. Bayley's been protected, but not protected enough. She hasn't been pinned a lot, is what I'm trying to say. I don't think Kevin Owens is that injured, guys. I mean, he's gone for a splash now. Oh, senton, I should say. Traffic says, I mean, can't we just bring back the therapist that made DB and Kane hug it out for Jay and Sami? I mean, didn't they bring him back for Sasha and Bayley? Way back when? Blue says, Sheamus and Roman at the Rumble. That is what I'm expecting to see, yes. As soon as Fight Night and Bloodline started getting involved, it just made sense. Owens and Sami in the ring together. Rich Holland immediately splits that up. We're going to see that moment quite a few times over the course of this match, I'm sure. Jermaine correcting my references. He's a pro at work. And it's not me. Like, I'm not a pro. I'm also not at work. Well, I am kind of at work. I think I do have to say I'm at work. Yes, Hector, someone may have mentioned Dr. Shelby. Hug it out. Will you leave his fingers alone? God damn it, Butch. Connor says, I definitely think Alexa is turning soon. She looked so unimpressed and glad at her team when they won. A lot of people are reading a lot into that. If her whole thing is that she's not invested, why would she turn heel? Why would she turn anything? Why wouldn't she just leave? We currently have 29 votes in our poll. 83% stating that the Bloodline will win War Games. Oh. We have our first table break. This is set up perfectly for Solo Sikoa to just change the game. I do feel if we've got someone who's going to be the standout, it's going to be Solo. He's next in, and I'm excited for it. Chris Leclerc says, what next for Bayley? Hard to say. Hard to say. She did seem to be shifting towards Becky, but Rhea Ripley also moving towards Becky, moving towards Bianca. It's hard to tell. I'd take that fatal four-way, I tell you. Solo is in, and we have Pray for him to take on Butch and Rich Holland. Not really paying attention. He's not going to struggle to change this one, I tell you that. Oh, that is a lovely clothesline. That's lovely. Kieran says the women's one is miles ahead at the moment. I agree. I do think that was just a better match so far. Bayley says, do they always use what items they bring in the match? The women's match brought 2 ladders, but one sat strangely unused. Under Vince, they did. Under Vince, if you had a table, you used that table. Under Triple H, he likes to throw red herrings in there. So not always the case there. Stuart says, love how Roman's the only one who gets a seat in the mini cage. Connor says, I love Solo, banger theme, and great wrestler. He's lining up right now against Kevin Owens. A moment of respect between the two. They're about to start punching each other in the face. In the typical Kevin Owens, just really quick punch style. Sheamus versus Solo seems to be where we're headed at the moment. Like, in this match, I should say. Not as a feud. But I'm excited for it. Solo no selling a throw into the cage. He's taking the hits, but he's not going down. Kick him in the shins. Owens is trying to go for a powerbomb. No such luck. Roman very happy with Solo. Very happy. Connor, just support it. Just support it. Don't question Mohawks, just support it. And having dispatched Kevin Owens, Solo has locked eyes with Drew McIntyre. He's only got about a minute, and you need to win this fight. He is winning this fight. You need Sheamus to get involved to be the equalizer here. But I don't know if you've actually got Drew down properly. He's ready to do the hop up that he does. Yeah, McIntyre would not allow himself to just sell in the corner for Solo. Standard. Hector says Corey with the Umaga reference, potentially calling Solo the Samoan bulldozer, was awesome. And Stuart says graduated to Drew now. Sheamus' turn to get involved. He's spending a moment with Roman. Roman no longer sitting down. That's very telling. Anxiety getting to him. Sami just trying to hold the gate closed. I don't think you understand how gates work, mate. That's not going to work out for you. You're not quite strong enough to compete with Sheamus there, Sami. Kieran says, I like the solos basically in Umaga. Umaga was underrated. And Traffic said, does Sheamus have a black eye or something? Maybe. He tends to get beaten up a lot. Like, that's his thing. I can... His eye certainly looks swollen. Oh, lovely backbreaker. Roman versus Sheamus is certainly destiny for both of them going forwards. I'm very excited to see how that plays out. Yeah, there's a cut above his eye just there, Sheamus. Sheamus coming off the top to take down both Usos at once. He's very much in control right now, but that table, I would keep an eye on it. Roman's getting himself ready. Sami Zayn getting stuck on a rope. That was funny. I enjoyed that. Again, a lot of this driving into the cage is not really landing as it should. There's a lot of feet being hurt. Connor says, imagine being the camera guy in the ring. The adrenaline from just being there would be mad. Fight Night taking the opportunity now for some teamwork. Drew just making sure Solo stays down. No sign of Kevin Owens for a moment. We've lost track of him and the cameras are hiding him a little bit. There we go. He's still selling the back body drop. Solo standing up to Sheamus here. Sheamus sold for a moment, but he's the one being protected here. A bit scrappy now. Just a bit scrappy. Sheamus needs to impose himself here. Just impose his experience and say, no, you do as you're told. Connor says, Dakota is selling, being driven in the cage pretty well. The experience of Wargames definitely helps. Very true. Although I do think Solo Sikoa being bare feet, you maybe want to avoid the cage at that point. I'm not sure what's about to happen, but it looks like it's going to be fun. It's hard to say that anyone's in a particularly strong position as Roman comes into this match. We're in wreck everyone and leave mode. Sean says, wouldn't be surprised if this match sets up Roman versus Sheamus at the Rumble. I've been talking about it for a while and I definitely see that one happening. He's walking into some carnage. A Roman chant from the crowd, making clear where their priorities are. The faces and the heels operate a ring each. The bell has rung. Roman picking up Jay. Sami getting himself up. Yeah, always interesting to see who's in the middle. You'd expect it to be Drew McIntyre, but it's actually Sheamus and Roman in the middle at the moment. They are set up as direct opponents. That's how we know the match is coming. They're making it very clear. We have a couple of chairs and one table. Not much in the way of weapons or toys at the moment. Agreed, Clyde. Agreed. Roman has gone straight for Sheamus. Drew's gone for Solo. He should have been going for Sami. Roman, of course, is fresh. He'll take the opportunity to just hit everyone. Well played by Jay there. It's proper Undertaker uppercuts, isn't it? They just look glorious. Clyde's enjoying the storytelling. Superman punch there. He's trying to rally the troops, but everyone's hurting at least a little bit. Sheamus in his crosshairs. Oh, no, not happening. We do really need to establish that Sheamus is on Roman's level in this match. We're not going to have time in future to do so, especially if the match is going to be at the Royal Rumble. There's no time to continue building Sheamus all that well. They have to build Sheamus to Roman's level here. There is a lot going on right now. I think there's a lot of beatings about to happen, but Sheamus has still got a grip of Roman and he is not letting go. Once again, the Skye cam is perfect here. I do like that Fight Night are in perfect sync with the beating they're providing. Meanwhile, Drew McIntyre and Kevin Owens, not really sure what they're doing. They're just trying their best. Drew taking a chance to hit Roman as well, consistent with his character. Our poll now has 40 votes in. The Bloodline are leading with 85% of the vote to win the match. This is our main event. No Bray Wyatt, no big returns or debuts. Looks like this is just a good old-fashioned pay-per-view. Roman surrounded now. Sheamus, Drew McIntyre and Kevin Owens all working on him. Give it time, SBM, give it time. I wouldn't worry too much about the Bloodline at this point in time. Thank you very kindly, Virginia Crumb, for subscribing to the YouTube side. Always very much appreciate it. You will be getting notifications of spoiler warning, as well as our SmackDown watch parties, pay-per-view watch parties, and on Wednesday, a pretty deep investigative piece on the trials and tribulations, trials being a key word, of Vince McMahon. So, thank you kindly for subscribing, and be sure to stick around. Sheamus is in a position of strength right now. I very much like the sign that said Brutes kick Oos. That's quite nice. Quite nice. There are times when Sheamus looks like he can't quite believe people are being this supportive of him. Solo eats a bro kick. Roman's being protected. We have a spear. Is anyone there to protect? Sheamus's eyes gave it away there. He was keeping a track to see if he had to kick out. Well, Butch got there in time. Sami, of course, has gone a little bit quiet in this one. There's a lot of bodies involved, even though he's a key part of the match and a key part of the overall storyline. Every now and then you do have to fade into the background a little bit. We have now reached the point where it's all story. Like the action is, and this is typical Roman, the action is taking second fiddle to the story. Jey Uso has just super kicked Sami Zayn. But Jimmy did. Beautiful top rope move there. Rich Holland with the rescue. I stand by it. I think, I don't know, but I think, I think Jay's in trouble. Reigns has speared Rich Holland through a table. Pretty big moment there for Rich Holland. Virginia says, I think that Sami's going to turn against the Bloodline or they're going to turn on him. I'm still feeling Jay on this one. I'm confident we're eventually going to get there with Sami. I still think Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn versus the Usos is a WrestleMania match in the making. But at the moment, Jey Uso is the one in the doghouse. We'll see how it plays out. I think that might be that for Rich Holland. In a match like this, you quite often do see certain wrestlers be eliminated. Ladder matches in particular, you see that. Mia Yim being taken through the ladder by Rhea Ripley was a perfect example of it. With Rich Holland down, it looks like Drew's next. Through a table by Solo Sikoa. Beautiful move. Kevin Owens is back in play. Going for the pin. Roman says no. We have a moment of renewed hostilities. Kevin Owens, who has lost his elbow pad, and Roman Reigns, who's got some blood on his wrist. Kevin Owens will, of course, have recurring nightmares of Roman Reigns and cages. Bad times. Oh, a slap to the face. That's where we are now. Just brutal disrespect. I have no issue with it as a concept. We're just getting some actual wrestling match in the middle of this Wargames now. There are no tables left to go through. There are still chairs. Kevin Owens has one quite close to him. There's nowhere to really spear. Yep, super kick. Oh, the pop-up powerbomb. This would be the perfect time for a Sami Zayn intervention. Reigns gets stunned. Good sell. Sami Zayn intervention. Sami Zayn blocks the count. Sami hasn't just made his choice. He's proven his stance. He is Bloodline through and through. How can you turn on Sami now? How could Roman possibly turn on Sami now? We have a Sami Uso chant, rightly so. Roman will remember that. Sheamus is just out flat, that's quite interesting. But we're about to have our Kevin Owens Sami Zayn moment, and I do think this is the incoming finish. Oh, a low blow on Kevin Owens. Oh, the bloodline are slowly raising again. They're all there. Sami made his choice. Owens is seemingly setting up for a Helluva kick. Sami can take the finish here. He can win the match for him. He wants acknowledgement. Roman Reigns is acknowledging Sami Zayn. Helluva kick. Not the first time he's caught Kevin Owens afterwards. Jey Uso looks set to climb the rope. Sami says go for it. Traffic says in-ring storytelling at its finest. Hector says F it, give me KO versus Sheamus versus Roman at the Rumble. Looks like Jey's going to get the pin. And he does. Oh, there is so much catharsis in the moment that we've just had. It has been a long time coming. I still don't know how this is going to finish. I still don't know. I stand by my initial prediction. I think Jey Uso's the one in trouble. I think Jey Uso's the one who's going to get hit. But Sami Zayn made his choice. Roman Reigns acknowledged Sami Zayn. Traffic says, I think everyone's going to be fine. It's all worked out for the time being. I don't agree. Bayley says, great storytelling as well. I don't quite agree that it's all worked out. I think Jey risked a lot for the bloodline there. Roman bringing Sami in for another cuddle. Sami having a little cry. And the crowd go wild. They just love to see that. If Jey Uso's a smart man, this is the time to apologise quickly. And so he does. Jey Uso hugging Sami's out. Oh, Sami says no. Sami says no. The Bloodline look united. Roman is not certain. Clyde says the creative on this story should all get raises. I agree. We have a replay. This usually gives us an opportunity to hide something. We're just getting replays of Sami Zayn moments. I like Roman's sell of the stunner. A lot of people have very different sells of the stunner. I think Triple H always did it best. Went down on his knees, then went sideways. Roman does like a full cycle back. Sai says if they turned on Sami now. Now is not the time, Sai. Now is not the time. Now is the time to respect and accept and love a little bit. Just love a little more. Handing the pin off to Jey, that is the big moment. Roman's not sure. He is not sure at all. I think Jey saved himself a little bit there with the hug. Agreed, Clyde. Roman isn't done. The press conference up next. Roman surveying the destruction. Kieran said it's going to suck when they do turn on him, but I'm actually looking forward to it. They'll all get booed out of the arena hard. That bug in the corner's been on for a while, hasn't it? I don't think they want to cut away. Virginia says, I bet we'll see some tension on Raw Monday night between Jey and Sami. Quite possibly, I do think they probably, for me at least, save it for SmackDown. Sai said them out. Thanks, Tom and all. Thank you, Sai. Always appreciate you. It's a pleasure to host a show for yourself. Jermaine says, that is the moment that sets up Jey Uso, because anything now that happens, Jey Uso's getting speared and it's going to be the downfall of Bloodline. Sami is officially off the table. Sami was acknowledged. I know I've said it several times, but I've got to say it one more. Roman Reigns acknowledged Sami Zayn. That's where we are on that one. How would you rate Survivor Series? A, B, C, D. Our last poll for the evening has just gone live. How would you rate Survivor Series? A, B, C, or D? What did people make of this show? The Wargames matches were brilliant. Absolutely fantastic. We were dragged down slightly by the Ronda and Shotzi match. That definitely had a sour taste in the mouth. Somehow D is already winning, so apparently it's the worst pay-per-view ever. Eric says, damn it, I wanted to see Sami turn. I wanted to see exactly what I saw. Literally exactly what I saw. Kieran says, I accidentally clicked D's. It just popped up when I went to click on the screen. We're all right. We're at A now. 57% of the vote, 14 votes so far. A is winning. Traffic says, I'll give it an A, to be honest, but I also grabbed some snacks during the Ronda match. It's not always a bad thing to have a brief break where you can just sort of, have a match that you don't really focus that much on. That said, the commercial breaks that we get because of Peacock sort of allow for that. Like I could run ad breaks. Even on YouTube, I could click the button, which I've got, which just runs an ad. I could do that. And then I could maybe go get a snack or a drink. So certainly, going forwards, Royal Rumble wise, that's probably what I'm going to do. I'm not just going to fill the thing up with ads, but I think that kind of works for us, Kind of works for what we do. Jermaine says, I'll give it a B, only because the SmackDown Women's title match was a lackluster match. It definitely was. It stands out as one of the weakest parts of a WWE pay-per-view since Triple H took over. The SmackDown Women's Championship is not very well served at the moment, and it doesn't look like it's something they're even planning to fix. Kieran says, mine's probably a B. I think the women's War Games was really good and everything else was decent, and Ronda versus Shotzi was a match. It was a match, that's true. That's we can't overplay this. It was a wrestling match. Connor says, I gave it a B purely for the Ronda match. Even if it was a break match, it was still sloppy and botchy. The DDT onto the apron, which wasn't, that just, it didn't work for me. That's the moment I kind of gave up on the whole thing, the whole affair. Eric says, I hope Sami dethrones Roman at WrestleMania. Certainly, I feel that whatever Triple H's plan was, now's the time to maybe reconsider. Maybe just give yourself a moment to consider the possibility that you don't do what you did have planned, and instead you put all of your focus and all of your attention onto Sami Zayn, because he's right there. He is right there, and the story has been perfect for it. Traffic says, for sure, was a match of this year. So, I'm going to wrap it up there. It is 4:20 in the morning here in the UK. We've finished on 3,745 views. Absolutely fantastic. Stuart says, wanted to give it a B, but couldn't downgrade the rest of it just for the car crash of a women's match, which I think is a very, very fair assessment. Connor says, like people blame Liv for some matches, but when Liv had a match against Shotzi, they did that exact same DDT spot, and Liv made it look deadly. Patrick says, I hope Sami wins the Royal Rumble now. Would not be a bad shout. Traffic says, thanks as always. Take it easy, chat, and good night. You will see me again Monday for spoiler warning. And don't forget that on Wednesday, 10 p.m. UK time, 5 p.m. Eastern time, we will be having a premiere for the Vince McMahon video. I am very excited for this one. I know I've hyped it up a lot, but I'm very excited for it. And I think, hopefully, we'll all learn a lot more about the father of modern wrestling. Blue says a 5-card match with 3 fantastic matches and 1 really good one. Every great show has one of those matches. Fair. As Stuart says, good show, Tom. Have a good kip. Thank you kindly. With 19 votes, we have finished with a winner at 53% of an A rating. An A rating. Pretty good place to be overall. In the meantime, though, as per usual, I'm going to wrap it up there. Say a huge thank you to all of you. This has been the most successful watch party I've ever done, and the busiest as well for that. So I just want to say a massive thank you. I've been Tom Colohue. You've been fantastic. I'll see you all very soon.